In the early 3rd century BCE, Alexandria worked at a steady pace. Ships entered the long harbor and left again with measured turns. Warehouses kept grain, papyrus, and oil in careful rows. The lighthouse marked the channel with a clear, even light. Inside the library quarter, readers walked quietly under shaded colonnades. Eratosthenes lived here and kept regular hours at a desk. He looked at pages, tools, and simple numbers. The question before him stayed plain. How large was the earth? The city offered many supports for a calm inquiry. Copyists prepared rolls and checked lines for small slips. Scribes logged loans and returns on neat wooden tablets. Teachers read lists to groups of students in low voices. Couriers carried notes across courts and back again. A storeroom kept balances, cords, and measuring rods on open shelves. The air felt cool in the morning shade, then warmed by noon. Harbor murmur mixed with light papyrus rustle near the desks. The larger institution provided order and reach. Shelves sat in ranks and bore tags for topic and author. Reading rooms used tall windows for soft light on work tables. A map room stored boards marked with coasts and roads. A small courtyard allowed instruments to stand on flat ground. Assistants swept dust and filled water bowls at set times. The day moved in parts: early reading, mid-morning copies, and noon checks. Eratosthenes used these hours with steady care. Many scholars in earlier centuries accepted a round earth. Sailors saw stars rise and set at different heights by latitude. Lunar eclipses showed a curved shadow that matched a sphere. What remained uncertain was the size of the sphere. Numbers varied widely in older accounts and traveler stories. Eratosthenes approached the gap with simple tools. He favored direct measures when rooms and sky allowed them. The port and the river valley offered clear lines and broad distances. The first tool on his table was a gnomon, a vertical stick for measuring shadows. A plumb line checked that the stick stood straight. A water level ensured the base lay flat and calm. A cord marked lengths along the ground from the foot. A small board held a protractor form for reading angles. A clerk brought a wax tablet for quick notes. The courtyard floor kept a smooth surface free of rubble. The instrument set required little space and little expense. Midday defined the most useful moment for his measure. At noon, shadows pointed due north or south and kept the shortest length. A solstice, the longest day of the year, fixed noon's height against the year. Travelers reported that in Sienne, the sun stood almost overhead then. A deep well showed a bright circle on water with no wall shade. Alexandria lay north of that well by a long road. A difference in noon angle could turn into the size of the earth. Information about Cyrene reached Alexandria through roads and the river. Messengers moved along levees and canal paths with regular pace. Market boats tied up near the customs house and shared clear reports. Surveyors and beamatists, professional pacers, counted steps for state work. They gave distances in stadia, a standard length used for roads and games. Eratosthenes likely compared several reports before accepting one figure. The library preserved these notes on labeled rolls. The number needed to be stable enough for clean geometry. In Alexandria, the measurement began with familiar steps. The gnomon stood on the courtyard floor before noon. The base met a smeared layer of wet clay for leveling. A helper checked the plumb line and touched the tip to settle sway. The sun rose in a clear arc and narrowed the shadow slowly. At the shortest point, the shadow length was marked on the board. The angle between sun and vertical followed from that short mark. The wax tablet received a simple row of numbers. The number for Alexandria gave only part of the circle. Cyrene's report gave a second piece to pair with it. If one place showed little or no noon shadow, the other showed a small one. The angle at Alexandria stood for a slice of the Earth's full turn. A ratio turned that slice into a whole. If the slice equaled about 1/50th of the circle, the full length equaled about 50 of the road. The numbers were round enough to handle with care. Units needed calm handling because regions used different families. The stadium varied between cities and periods. Eratosthenes likely chose the stadium used on the royal roads. He kept conversions on a short board and avoided too many changes. The final figure needed to travel between offices and remain easy to check. Round totals helped clerks and teachers read the result without strain. The work served users beyond one room and one day. The environment helped attention to remain steady. Harbor sounds stayed low at midday when winds slackened. Courtyard shade muted glare and held a mild warmth. A bowl of water near the board let fingers clean clay from tools. A reed pen on papyrus made a softer line for fair copy. The wax tablet kept rough numbers close at hand. A small sand timer gave a sense of minutes near noon. Nothing in the space asked for haste. Alexandria's position aided the plan by offering contrast with Cyrene. The city stood near the Nile Delta and the sea. Cyrene stood far up the river near the first cataract. The straight distance was long enough for a measurable angle. The road distance gave a practical figure for use in accounts. The difference in noon shadows, small in Alexandria, smaller in Cyrene, could anchor a clean ratio. The pair of sites fit the question well. The institution's routines increased the method's reach. A messenger could carry the fair copy to another room for review. A teacher could read the steps to students at a steady pace. A clerk could compare earlier notes from travelers and survey teams. A mapmaker could add a scale to boards using the new length. The result did not remain in one hand. It joined shelves and tables that many people used. This made the number useful for long periods. Eratosthenes also kept other work near the same bench. He arranged lists for years, games, and rulers in careful order. He kept tables for prime numbers using a simple clearing rule. He drew maps with lines for latitude that matched shadow heights. These projects shared tools, habits, and hours. They differed in subject, but not in method. Each began with a room, a board, and patient copying. Each ended with a fair page that others could read. The approach stayed cautious when sources disagreed. When two reports for road length differed, he noted both. He compared them to known stage posts along the river. He preferred a figure that matched several independent paths. He likely wrote "about" before the total when needed. Hedges like "likely" or "perhaps" served accuracy and calm. The goal was not a proud claim, but a working number. The plan favored solid ground over argument. The library provided preserved accounts that shaped assumptions. Earlier writers had argued for a spherical Earth on physical grounds. Sailors had reported changes in star height with travel. Builders had used long chords and measured arcs for large works. Eratosthenes gathered these into a quiet starting point. He then added his own measures and ratios. The result built on others and fit inside daily tools. The steps remained visible from start to finish. Materials in the room stayed ordinary and easy to replace. The gnomon could be a simple wood rod with a metal tip. The plumb line used a cord and a small weight shaped like a tear. The level used a shallow bowl of water and a straight edge. The board showed scratched lines and a clean edge for measuring. The The wax tablet erased with a warm palm and took new marks quickly. Nothing expensive or rare limited the work. Routine parts did the main tasks. The record of the day mattered as much as the angle. The wax numbers turned into a fair line on papyrus. The papyrus roll received a label with a short title and a date. A scribe entered the roll on a lending list and a shelf list. The roll then sat on a rack with others on related topics. The simple chain, measure, note, copy, file, kept memory portable. A second reader could find the page within minutes and follow each step. The harbor and the river gave the work a wider frame. Grain moved north by boat in long lines. Stone moved north on barges and then went to quarries near the city. Scholars and artisans moved with goods along the same routes. Their reports enriched the library's stacks in slow layers. A measure made in one courtyard touched many desks. The city's shape and traffic supported careful numbers. The plane problem fit the place that held it. The method also needed a stable sense of time. The calendar marked the solstice date for observers across the region. Roof watchers confirmed the first day in each new month. Priests and officials kept lists of festivals and tax times. These frames made it easier to plan a noon reading. They also helped compare many years of notes. The angle at Alexandria at solstice could be checked again. The number did not depend on a single day. Light sound accompanied most steps and kept attention even. Reed points scratched and lifted. A clerk tapped a straight edge against the board. A seal rolled across a clay label to close a string. Sandals crossed the courtyard with soft steps. Farther away, water lapped against stone at the harbor mouth. These cues did not crowd the room. They marked progress without pushing the pace. They matched the work scale and aim. By the end of the first stage, the pieces aligned well. A measured angle sat on a wax tablet. A road distance sat on a list of stages in stadia. A ratio stood ready to turn the small angle into a full length. A preferred stadium length stood on a board for clean use. A fair copy would soon combine them in steady lines. The city around the desk continued its calm routine. The number could wait one night and face fresh checks tomorrow. Eratosthenes kept the focus narrow as the question required. He did not seek every detail of sky or sea. He put weight on things he could see, hold, and count. He used a rod, a cord, a bowl, and a board. He relied on reports from known paths and steady crews. He wrote in round numbers when a choice helped later readers. The plan asked only for care and time. The result promised a figure that offices could carry easily. The port and the library shaped the rhythm of the task. Morning reading prepared units and sources for the noon test. Midday light set the angle without need for complex gear. Afternoon copying fixed the record and placed it on a shelf. The harbor settled as winds eased and boats turned on their lines. Pages dried flat on boards near open windows. A watchman checked lamps and doors as day cooled. The room kept its even order for tomorrow's checks. Cyrene stood on a high ridge above the North African coast. Stone streets ran in straight lines, and wind moved in light bands across the plateau. Springs fed gardens and baths, and fields spread toward low hills. Houses used cool rooms with plaster walls and shaded courts. Boys learned letters, numbers, and games in this calm setting. Eratosthenes grew here in the Hellenistic era, under Greek civic forms. Sand lay thin over packed earth in yards. When work began, feet made a soft grit sound, and reed pen scratch carried through open doors. Early lessons used simple tools that fit a small table. A wax tablet held lines for first marks. A wooden stylus made grooves that were easy to smooth and try again. A reed pen and dark ink taught steady pressure on papyrus strips. Copybooks showed letters in a clean square hand. Teachers asked for straight lines, even spacing, and clear joins. The room kept low voices, so the hand could guide the eye. Lamp oil and scraped wax gave a mild smell. The aim was legibility, not speed. Letterwork followed a fixed order that many towns used. The Greek alphabet came first, then easy words copied in rows. Short passages followed, chosen for steady rhythm and known forms. There were no shows of style, only control. Students checked margins with a cord and kept a thumb's width from the edge. They learned where to break a line and where to begin the next. When ink pooled, a scrap of linen blotted the spot. Eratosthenes practiced until lines sat flat and quiet on the page. Numbers arrived beside letters and grew through repeatable steps. Counting stones moved on a flat board called an abacus, a board for sliding pebbles in rows. The leftmost row marked ones. The next row marked tens. Hands learned to carry and to borrow with small, sure motions. Simple problems used grain measures, lengths, and market prices. A smooth weight touched a scale. A jar line marked a measure. Eratosthenes learned to check answers with a second path. Pebbles clicked lightly. The board kept the work slow and clear. Geometry began in a yard with shadows and chords. A plumb line taught vertical. A stretched cord taught straight. A right angle came from a knotted rope in a 3-4-5 triangle. Students drew circles with a string and a peg. They compared perimeters and areas by laying thin cords along edges. Chalk lines on a slate showed segments and arcs. The lesson stayed near things the hand could confirm. Sand underfoot kept the yard quiet while feet shifted around the figures. Games at the gymnasium balanced desk work with measured motion. The running track offered marked lengths for steady pacing. Light throws with a spear taught line and grip. Discus practice taught arm path and release. Wrestling, kept formal, taught holds and how to set weight. Nothing aimed at display. The staff watched for calm breath and even stride. Sand cushioned landings and carried the soft scuff of feet. Eratosthenes learned that regular training built control that books also required. Music and memory work filled another part of the day. A small lyre, a stringed instrument with a simple frame, set a beat for lines to recite. Students spoke verses in full voice, then under breath, then in the mind alone. The method taught pacing, recall, and attention to marks on a page. It also trained the eye to follow a line without losing place. Reed pen scratch paused between stanzas while strings faded. Memory served later lists, maps, and tables without strain. The city itself acted as a lesson in measures and order. The agora kept stalls in regular rows. Weights sat on low shelves behind balances smooth from use. Measures for oil and grain stood with clear rims and marks. Coins carried images and short legends in clean letters. A public board listed dues and dates for civic work. These objects gave numbers a place to land. Eratosthenes saw how measures solved small disputes without noise. The forms fit the hand and the eye. Cyrene's setting gave strong cues for place and distance. To the north lay sea and a small port at Apollonia. To the south lay open land and tracks toward oases. Limestone cuttings showed straight faces and regular tool marks. Springs cooled the lower gardens, with water moving in narrow channels. Wind brought salt on some days and dry heat on others. A student who watched the sun at noon learned a fixed direction. A line on the yard floor kept that direction for other tasks. Reading widened beyond copybooks as hand and eye steadied. Inscriptions on stone showed letter shapes used outdoors. Public decrees used formal hands with balanced lines. Dedications near temples used short, plain words, easy to copy. Teachers kept students near clear examples. Eratosthenes learned which hands read fast and which caused doubt. He stayed with the clear ones. Papyrus rolls came later, with string ties and a small tag. Handling stayed careful to protect edges and ends. Local crafts and shops taught applied numbers with quiet proofs. A carpenter's rule marked spans on beams. A mason's course counted stones in rows, with joints set in even stagger. A wheelwright marked a circle's rim and counted spokes around a hub. A potter measured clay by weight for matching jars. Every shop set tasks in steps that could be checked by eye and hand. Eratosthenes watched these routines in passing. He carried their habit of parts and totals back to his board. The gymnasiarch kept lists for attendance and contests. Names stood in columns with small notes for age and event. Results recorded lengths, throws, and times in round numbers. Copies went to a shelf in an office off the colonnade. The lists made comparison easy over many months. They also taught a lesson about records. A short, clear line saved many words later. Eratosthenes saw paper rustle and a reed point move once, then rest. The point did enough and stopped. Teachers in Cyrene followed broad Hellenistic customs in reading and number. Grammar aligned with common speech and clear syntax. Counting stayed with familiar units before moving to larger tables. Geometry connected shapes to land and walls. Some masters had studied in Athens or Rhodes. They carried methods between cities like careful tools. Scholars suggest that Eratosthenes later traveled for higher study, but his first forms likely came from this plain system. The base was steady. Later work could rise from it. The calendar kept the year's rhythm for lessons and games. Festivals set days off. Market days fixed when the town grew louder. Teachers planned copywork on quiet days and field tasks on bright days. Solstice and equinox dates drew short notes on small boards. Students sometimes stood in a court at noon and marked a shadow's shift across seasons. The practice stayed simple and brief. Sand kept the yard cool underfoot. A reed marked a line and then lay still. Books and rolls remained tools, not treasures, in these rooms. A roll unwrapped with both hands and rested on a board. The left hand fed fresh lines. The right hand guided the reed. A small weight held the edge gently. When copying ended, the roll wrapped, tied, and returned to a shelf. Covers kept dust off ends. Oil lamps burned low to protect wicks and eyes. The only sounds were pen scratch, quiet steps, and a teacher's short instructions. Eratosthenes learned to respect the pace. Household tasks also taught count and allotment. Bread loaves were divided by weight for meals. Oil was poured to a line in a narrow jar. Water was drawn in equal jars from a spring. Linen strips measured chests and doorways before making lids or frames. The same sense of enough guided all parts. He learned that a fair share began with a measure, not a feeling. Later, units on a page would carry that calm rule into larger work. The town's position linked Cyrene to wider routes. Traders from Egypt brought papyrus and fine cloth. Travelers from Carthage brought metalware and news. Couriers carried letters with seals pressed on clay. Children saw seal bands and understood that a mark could hold a promise. Lists of goods traveled with carts and then returned with short receipts. Eratosthenes lived within this flow. He learned that writing moved with people and returned with proof. Some teachers kept short lists that previewed later fields. A geography list named seas and regions around the Great Sea. A winds list named common directions with brief notes. A constellations list named a few bright groups for orientation at night. These were not deep studies. They gave a frame for later reading. They also showed how names linked to the world outside the room. Paper rustle and a low voice held the group steady. The lists sat on a shelf when done. Training in fair reasoning stayed close to the ground. A problem began with a clear statement. Steps followed in order and stayed short. A check ended the work. If two paths agreed, the answer stood. If not, steps were retraced without blame. Eratosthenes saw that a method could be calm and hard at once. Games taught the same thing in motion. Rules first, then form, then result. Sand held the foot. The line on the board held the eye. By late youth, hand and eye had learned a shared pace. Letters sat straight without effort. Numbers moved on the board in known ways. A rope could lay a right angle without talk. A run could hold an even stride for a set length. The town around him showed order in stalls, stones, and water lines. He had learned to trust units, marks, and small tools. The same trust would later guide larger measures. The base was here, sand underfoot, reed pen scratch, and a plain room. Eratosthenes arrived in the Royal Library District and took a small room. The quarter stood near courts, gardens, and long colonnades. Light entered through high windows and fell evenly on tables. Bookrooms held rows of shelves with labeled cubbies for rolls. Attendants moved with measured steps and kept voices low. The harbor lay beyond the walls, but its sound came softly. Lamps waited on stands for late hours and cloudy days. His workday began before the rooms grew warm. A clerk unlocked doors and set shutters for steady light. Another checked oil levels and trimmed lamp wicks with a small knife. Copyists brought bundles of papyrus rolls tied with linen cords. A register tablet listed titles and borrowers in simple columns. Eratosthenes set his tools in reach. Reed pens, a knife for points, a sponge, and a little box of drying powder. Paper rustle and soft footsteps marked the room. The desk held a flat board for rolling out papyrus. A stone weight kept the edge from curling as lines advanced. A light straight edge set margins on the first sheet. A wax tablet lay to one side for quick figures and notes. A small water bowl kept reeds clean and pliant. A cloth protected the finished section as new lines formed. He worked without hurry, keeping strokes even and spaces clear. The air kept cool in the morning shade. Catalog work used a simple chain that repeated each day. New rolls received tags with a short title and source. The tag faced outward when a roll sat in its cubby. A shelf list matched cubbies to topics and authors. Loans moved under a clerk's eye and returned to a table for checks. Damaged edges were trimmed and pasted with narrow strips. Eratosthenes followed each step without show. The method kept many hands aligned. Reading and collation filled the first long block of time. 2 copies of one work unrolled across the board in turns. He compared spellings, numbers, and short names, line by line. Differences received small marks in the wax tablet, then a careful choice on the fair copy. When a figure affected a table, he paused and checked with pebbles on a counting board. The reed wrote again only when checks settled. Page turns stayed soft and regular. Mathematical notes shared the same desk and pace. A wooden abacus, a counting board with rows for pebbles, stood near his right hand. Pebbles marked tens, hundreds, and larger groups in steady moves. A short list of unit families sat on a scrap, length, weight, and capacity. When a table grew long, he spaced headings and totals so the eye could follow. He favored round numbers when precision did not change the sense. The board stayed quiet. The totals stayed clear. Map work used a separate board, smooth and well marked. He stretched a cord to set straight lines for coasts and routes. A fine brush or thin reed made light strokes over guidelines. Notes about winds and capes stood in small square letters. When sources differed, he wrote both figures in the margin, then chose one after a second check. Finished stretches dried under a cloth. The board returned to the wall until the next session. At midday, the light shifted and the air warmed. Courtyard benches offered flat stone for short measurements. A simple gnomon, a vertical rod for shadows, stood in a socket near a plumb line. A level dish of water set the base. He noted the short noon shadow on days worth keeping, then returned to the desk. The angle converted into rows in the wax tablet. A helper rinsed the dish and wiped the rod. The courtyard fell silent again. Letters and reports arrived from inland roads and nearby ports. Couriers brought clay-sealed packets or tied rolls with docket lines. A seal band crossed the knot and carried an image. The clerk read the docket, broke the cord, and set the roll on the board. Eratosthenes copied the parts needed for lists, maps, or numbers. The rest returned to a shelf with a brief note. Fragments of cord and seal lay in a small bowl as proof of opening. The library rooms carried many tasks at once, but the tone stayed low. In one hall, a teacher explained meters to a small group. In another, a copyist filled a new roll for a borrower. In a side room, an attendant mixed paste for mending joins. Eratosthenes kept to his table and moved between projects by clear stages. Morning favored reading and collation. Early afternoon favored notes, tables, and maps. Late afternoon favored filing and catalog work. Tools needed care that took little time and saved large effort. Reed pens were cut at a clean angle and tested on scraps. Ink, mixed from soot and gum, rested in a covered dish. Papyrus sheets joined with paste along narrow overlaps. Finished rolls dried flat, then wrapped in a sleeve. A label tag faced outward with legible letters. A small weight trained a slight curl out of the edge. Lamps burned low when light was enough. The room kept safe habits without fuss. Eratosthenes' projects met each other on the same board. A table of games and rulers relied on clean year counts. A list of prime numbers used a clearing method that fit the board. A geography table tied winds, zones, and day lengths to places. The desk held these without confusion because the marks stayed in order. Short titles at the head of each column kept topics apart. When a page ended, a catchline noted the first words of the next sheet. Visitors from other rooms asked for figures or copies. A clerk requested a corrected total for a trade table. A map worker asked for a distance between two cities in stadia. A teacher asked for a steady example of a ratio in use. The answers came from the desk, not from memory, and returned to the desk after use. Shelf lists recorded where copies went and when they returned. The pace of lending and return stayed even. Storage followed simple geometry to hold many things in little space. Cubbies took rolls by topic and size. Chests near the wall held bundles for travel. A tall press stored flatboards for maps and charts. A narrow rack held counting boards and weights. Tools returned to the same place, so hands found them without thought. At day's end, cloths covered the boards and shutters took the light down. Oil in lamps drifted and settled. The library's wider systems supported his desk in quiet ways. Harbor officials listed shipments. Some lists became stable sources. Road crews kept stage counts that aided distance tables. Astronomers in another court tracked stars and calendar corrections. Their notes circulated as clean abstracts. Eratosthenes drew from these when a number matched his need. He added his own lines and returned fair copies to the shelves. The exchange stayed calm and visible. Physical comfort received small attention that helped work last longer. A thin cushion eased hours on the bench. A clay bottle of water stood near ink, but not too near. Light came from the left to avoid hand shadows on lines. A folded cloth rested under the wrist during long strokes. Midday brought a short walk under shade before work resumed. Low lamp glow returned when clouds thickened. Soft page turns kept the room steady. Checks and corrections followed a routine that discouraged haste. One pass compared copies. A second checked numbers and headings. If a number drove a conclusion, the board reproduced it from start. If a copyist's letter shape caused doubt, a cleaner hand rewrote the line. Margins kept enough space for small notes without crowding. When a page reached its end, a colophon named the hand and date. The roll joined others with the same topic. A few tools linked room work to outdoor measures. The gnomon, the plumb line, and the level dish appeared when needed. A cord with knots marked fixed lengths for laying scales on maps. A small balance checked weights used in examples. These objects lived in a chest with a plain lid. Eratosthenes used them without ceremony, then put them away. Indoor order and outdoor checks stayed close, but separate. Evening brought quiet tasks that did not require strong light. He sharpened reeds, wiped boards, and sorted scraps for reuse. He copied index tags in a steady large hand. He looked over shelf lists and marked small gaps. A clerk carried 2 rolls to another room and returned the receipts. Lamps gave a low circle of light around each desk. Sandals moved over swept floors in a slow pattern. Work tapered without rush. Across weeks, the routine built long pieces from short sessions. A list grew by 10 clean lines each day. A map gained 1 coast and 1 river mouth. A table added a column and a total. The method did not force progress. It invited it. When a figure needed outside confirmation, he waited for a report rather than guess. When a tool wore down, he fixed it before the next session. The room rewarded patience with fewer errors. Around c. 245 BCE, the library's systems were mature and dependable. Shelves held many authors on shared topics. Copyists knew house hands and common tags. Couriers understood docket lines and seals. Clerks placed returns in the right cubbies without search. Eratosthenes worked inside this frame. The frame did not speak about goals. It made goals reachable. Low lamp glow at dusk and soft page turns set the pace. The space taught lessons that did not need speech. Clear letters saved time for everyone. Units kept disputes small and short. A figure on a board read the same a week later. A roll with a tag could be found in 1 minute. A map with a scale could be read by someone far away. Eratosthenes kept to these lessons while shaping his own work. The desk held the plan and the tools. The room held the plan and the rules. The room stood above a courtyard with plaster stairs and a plain door. Air came through wooden shutters set half open toward the sea. Light fell in a broad patch across a single bench. On the bench lay a gnomon, a balance, and 2 marked cords. A plumb line hung from a peg near the window. A shallow dish of water rested on a low stool for leveling work. Quiet footsteps on plaster and a faint breeze through the shutters set the tone. Nothing heavy filled the space. Only simple tools and even light. The gnomon was a straight vertical rod used to measure shadows. Its foot sat in a small bronze shoe fixed to a wooden plate. The plate had scratched cross lines that helped center the pole. A plumb line, a cord with a small weight, checked that the rod stood true. The water dish confirmed that the plate lay level on the floor. When both checks agreed, the gnomon became a clean reference. The rod's height was known and written on a tag. This plain tool turned daylight into numbers that could travel. 2 marked cords lay coiled beside the plate. One was thin and soft for indoor work. The other was stout and waxed for field use. Knots marked regular lengths, and small bronze rings fixed longer intervals. A short tag tied near the loop named the unit family. The cords were kept wrapped around wooden reels to prevent stretch. Before use, a light pull even twist along the line. Pegs of equal length lived in a small bundle for anchoring ends. The cords gave distance without bulky rods. The balance stood at the bench end on a flat stone. It had a beam, a central knife edge, 2 strings, and pans. Standard weights sat in a small box with a tight lid. The balance did not measure length, but it helped test unit stones and metal counters. If a set of counters stayed true in weight, tables built from them kept their sense. Each morning the empty beam settled to center before work began. Dust was brushed from the knife edge with a soft reed tip. A level bubble on the base kept the stand flat. Setup followed a short, steady routine. Shutters opened to a fixed angle that reduced glare. The gnomon plate stood on a chalk mark where the floor proved most level. The plumb line fell beside the rod and showed no swing. The water dish was touched to the plate until the surface looked even. A cord stretched along a floor line that marked north-south from earlier runs. Because the room kept the same marks, days could be compared without strain. These steps took minutes and prevented larger errors later. Shadow work used simple readings at set times. Near midday, the gnomon cast its shortest line. A light board, placed at the foot, took the mark from tip to base. The ratio of shadow length to rod height gave a clean figure. That figure linked to a small table on the wax tablet. The table carried conversions that turned the ratio into an angle of the sun. The angle, in turn, stood for a slice of the earth. The process stayed visible at every step. Angle tools remained modest and clear. A circular guide scratched on a board showed large fractions of a turn. Thirds, fourths, sixths, and twelfths were easy to see at a glance. Smaller parts came from simple triangles drawn with chords. If the ratio fit near 1 part in 50, the board showed that place. Eratosthenes preferred round parts that read quickly. When needed, he wrote a short hedge like "about" in the margin. The board then returned to the wall until the next check. The marked chords linked numbers to ground when distances mattered. For a short base line, pegs held a cord against the courtyard floor. Knots fell at known places and fixed right angles with a 3-4-5 triangle. For longer paths, the stout cord and rings set repeated spans without counting steps. A helper kept the line clear of snags and stones. At each move, a small tablet received the count. Distances then entered tables in stadia, a road unit used widely in this period. One modern guess puts a stadion near 185 meters. The work here used the house standard only once, then moved on. The balance joined these measures by keeping unit things steady. Weights for capacity jars and lead counters were tested often. If a counter lost a chip, the box rejected it. If a jar rim wore thin, a line on the inside replaced the old mark. The balance beam reminded the hand that figures relied on sound pieces. When the beam rested at center twice in a row, The set was ready for use. A small chalk tick on the base marked the time of last proof. Recording methods kept the room's memory plane. A wax tablet collected raw numbers next to small signs for place and time. A papyrus roll carried fair lines for later use: date, tool, height, shadow, ratio, angle. A narrow label tied to the roll named the series. The roll sat on a shelf with related sheets on maps and units. When a new reading came, the roll opened at the right place in seconds. Low lamp glow and soft page turns guided the hand through the sequence. Care of tools prevented drift from day to day. The gnomon rod was checked for straightness against a string line. The bronze shoe was wiped dry to avoid tilt from grit. The cords were checked against a fixed wooden rod kept under cloth. The balance pans were weighed empty and together to ensure match. If wind freshened, shutters narrowed to calm the room. If heat rose, the board moved slightly away from sun patches. Quiet adjustments held the center while work continued. Small errors were expected and corrected in view. The plumb line might catch a breeze and sway. Weights restored stillness. The water dish could reflect a bright patch. A cloth changed the angle. A knot on the cord might tighten unevenly. A gentle pull reset it. The balance could stick at the knife edge. A light tap cleared dust. Because each tool showed its state in simple ways, faults did not hide long. The record used plain hedges when conditions were less than ideal. The room's location near the harbor helped steady the routine. Sea air kept a slow flow through the shutters without strong gusts. Footsteps on the plaster stair came and went with no hurry. Distant water noise stayed low and regular. The building's height kept the gnomons patch free from courtyard shadows. In the warm season, work started early and paused at midday heat. In cooler months, lamps added a small ring of light at the bench. The environment supported the pace without special effort. Coordination with other rooms made the instruments more useful. A clerk in the catalog hall supplied dates for the solstice and equinox. A map worker lent a scale board to check coastlines against the new length. A teacher borrowed the cords for a short demonstration, then returned them with a note. Because tags and shelf lists were clear, these exchanges left no doubt. The bench did not stand alone. It fit into a wider house order. Occasional outdoor checks kept the indoor method honest. On clear days, a short rod stood in the courtyard for a parallel reading. The two numbers were compared in the wax tablet. If the upper room ran warmer and the image shifted, the difference showed. The rod heights and base marks were written beside the pairs. When the match stayed close across several days, trust increased. When a gap appeared, tools and steps were reviewed in sequence until the cause was found. Materials were chosen for long, calm service. The gnomon's rod used seasoned wood with a brass tip to resist wear. The balance beam used straight, dry wood with a hard metal edge. The cords used flax with wax rubbed in to slow stretch. The water dish used clay with a smooth rim that showed level well. None of these parts cost much by the standards of the district. Their value came from known behavior under careful use. Replacement parts sat in a small chest. Storage repeated the same shapes seen in other rooms. The rod lay in a groove on a shelf, held by two pegs. The plate rested upright to avoid warp. Cords coiled on reels and hung from hooks. Weights sat in a fitted box with narrow slots. The balance lowered its pans and tied its strings to prevent twist. A cloth covered the bench when shutters closed. This order reduced loss, kept dust down, and shortened the first steps each morning. Over weeks, the tools produced a series that could be read at a glance. Numbers fell into steady columns: date, sun height, shadow, ratio, angle. Notes in the margin named unusual conditions: wind, haze, or late start. The marked chords built a separate list of baselines and short roots. The balance recorded weight checks for unit stones and counters. Each list matched a tool, and all lists matched a timeline. This made later tables easy to confirm. The instruments also served other studies from the same bench. The gnomon supported a simple table of day length by month. The chords fixed small scales on map boards that needed repeatable spans. The balance checked materials for experiments in density and mixture. None of these tasks changed the base routine. Each used the same checks, the same tags, and the same places on the shelf. The bench stayed simple. The reach grew through repeated, careful use. Across the 3rd century BCE, such rooms were common in major towns. Alexandria's upper rooms near the harbor suited this kind of work. The design needed steady light, quiet air, and a level floor. It needed a way to secure small tools and record small numbers. It needed paths to share results with readers and copyists. Eratosthenes used the bench in that spirit. The tools asked for patience and gave answers in plain forms. Quiet steps on plaster and a faint breeze through shutters remained the constant frame. Cyrene stood in Upper Egypt near the first cataract of the Nile. The town faced the island of Elephantine and long granite quarries. Houses rose from pale rock and hard-packed earth. Streets met the river in short, direct lanes. Water moved quickly through narrow channels and then slowed in eddies. Stone lined many wells, and steps dropped toward cool water. In summer, air felt dry and bright from dawn to dusk. Travelers paused here before boats moved upriver or turned back north. The report that mattered used a plain place, a deep, straight well. Its inner wall rose smooth from water to curb. At summer solstice, people observed the well at midday. Sunlight fell straight enough that wall shadows almost vanished. A bright circle touched the water with little rim shade. A rope creaked against stone, and a bucket ring tapped softly. Cool echo rose from the shaft, and faint trickle sounds continued. The sight repeated each year and entered local routine. In the 3rd century BCE, officials kept dates for the solstice with care. Temple records named the season's turn for ritual and for work. Timekeepers marked months by moon and added notes by star risings. Noon was set by the shortest shadow and the north-south line. At Cyrene, the solstice noon brought the special well effect. The sun stood nearly overhead for a brief span. This observation was simple, repeatable, and easy to confirm. It required no rare tools, only awareness and a clear sky. Geometry gave the observation its reach. If the sun stood nearly overhead at Cyrene, the town lay near the tropic. A place farther north would keep a noon shadow that day. The angle of that shadow matched the arc between the two places. A small angle at one gnomon pointed to a large circle on Earth. The relation stayed steady across years. It depended on height of the sun, not on a single traveler's word. The well and a rod together built a clean comparison. Travelers carried the Cyrene note downriver in many seasons. Boat crews spoke of the well and the noon circle. Road couriers carried short copies with docket lines and seals. Surveyors passed through with stage counts and water levels. Their units used stadia, a common road length in this era. Beamatists, professional pacers, kept tallies between posts and ferries. When reports reached Alexandria, clerks recorded source, route, and date. The detail about the well kept returning with the same form. Officials in Upper Egypt also used stone steps to watch the Nile. A nolometer, a marked stairway for river height, stood at Elephantine. The structure taught careful sighting along straight edges. The same habit aided the well observation at solstice noon. A plumb line checked the shaft's vertical face. A level board checked the curb before the reading. These steps reduced doubt about the light and shade. Simple checks made the story more than a tale. Conditions at Cyrene favored clear confirmations. Skies stayed dry in summer, and clouds seldom hid the sun at noon. Streets were narrow, but wells opened to clean sky plains. Nearby rock kept lines straight and sharp. Courtyards held shade for observers between checks. Stone curbs stayed stable from year to year. When the day arrived, many hands could witness the light. The event needed no special access and left no mark on the wall. Alexandria received the news as part of routine traffic. Port clerks logged packets by sender and destination. A seal band crossed each string and carried an image. A docket line named Cyrene and the season in short script. In the library quarter, a clerk broke the band and read the brief text. The roll moved to a work table where notes were copied. The Cyrene well line entered a list under Solstice Noon, Upper Egypt. The paper rustled, and the record joined a shelf. Eratosthenes required only a few checks to use the report. First, the date matched the solstice by local calendar. Second, the note agreed with earlier travelers from the same town. Third, the observation did not need special gear to repeat. Fourth, the place lay well south of Alexandria and on a known route. With these points set, the well became part of a method. A gnomon in Alexandria would supply the matching angle. The river between them would supply the distance. Distance did not come from guesswork. Royal roads and river stages kept fixed posts. Stores and guardhouses broke long paths into steady lengths. Crews counted stadia between known points and wrote totals on boards. Boatmen used day runs and bins that matched earlier logs. Later readers could add the segments without stepping outside. Where figures varied, copyists kept both with short notes. The list stabilized around a value that matched most paths. The number did not need ceremony. It needed order. The deep well offered more than a tale. It offered a reference. If the sun's image struck water at noon, the sun's height matched the shaft. The shaft stood straight by plumb, and its curb lay level by board. A temple scribe or a surveyor could confirm these with simple tools. The same tools already served taxes, fields, and river works. No special school was required to see the light hit the water. The shared experience made later pages easier to trust. Some variations were known and did not unsettle the use. The sun did not stand exactly at the zenith every year by the same amount. Observers allowed that the well was near the effect, not a perfect match. Wind could ripple water and alter brightness on the surface. Dust could blur the edge of the circle around noon. Clerks added short hedges like "about" to readings and moved on. The focus stayed on the main result. Very little wall shade at solstice noon. The town's position near the first cataract gave added clarity. The cataract marked a boundary in shipping and in administration. Goods and notes transferred at this point under watch. Records from Cyrene traveled with regular forms and guards. This kept the well report within stable channels. Greek and Egyptian hands could both copy the short line. Place names, month names, and key words remained clear. The path to Alexandria was direct and used every season. When the report joined other notes, lists took shape on a board. One column named place and latitude sense by shadow. Another named distance by road and river stages. A third held dates of last confirmation. The Cyrene entry read simply and sat near the top. The matching Alexandria column waited for the gnomon angle. The two together would form the fraction of the circle. From that fraction, the Earth's length would follow by round numbers. The sensory field in Siena stayed quiet around the reading. Stone gave back cool echo within the shaft. Water made a light, steady trickle near the bottom. Above, sandals slid on worn steps without haste. Sun heat lay on the curb, but air fell cool inside. A rope rubbed lightly against stone as a bucket moved. Voices nearby dropped in volume at noon by custom. These small sounds fixed the moment in the mind. They belonged to work, not to display. Sources also noted the larger setting around the date. The solstice came when days ran long, and the Nile began to rise. Crews prepared for transport and for harvest work downstream. Calendars marked coming festivals and tax counts. Officers adjusted schedules to river height in coming weeks. The well signaled a turn in many plans at once. Over years, written lines and practical needs reinforced the habit. The noon light remained a simple, shared signal. Back in Alexandria, the note had a clear place in a larger chain. A gnomon on a level plate would produce a clean shadow. The ratio of height to shadow length would give a small angle. That angle would reflect the arc to Syene along the meridian. The road list would supply a length in stadia across the same arc. The pair of numbers would answer a plain question. How large was the Earth, using tools at hand and reports within reach? The well remained a local object with broad use. Stone walls kept their lines for many decades. The curb offered a durable rim for sighting. The water level changed with the Nile, but noon light reached toward it. Simple tools, plumb, level, and rod, checked all parts. No complex instrument stood between the observer and the sign. The method relied on this plain quality. A straight object in a simple space told a clear story. Over time, copyists kept the Siene note fresh. New arrivals brought the line again with small differences. Clerks compared phrasing and kept the common form. The docket always named the town and the season. The shelf list kept the report under the same tag. When readers prepared lessons or tables, the entry was easy to find. The well at solstice noon stayed in the first group of examples. It linked place, date, and effect in one line. The Nile route kept the connection lively and dependable. Boats left the quarries and docks with stone and grain. Couriers used the same flow with small packets and seals. Inns and guard posts expected them and knew the return rhythm. Alexandria's harbor then carried news across the sea. But for Eratosthenes, the crucial path ran south to Syene and back. The observation there matched a need at his desk. The match was practical, clear, and calm. The report's strength came from three steady features. First, the event recurred on a fixed day each year. Second, the place offered clean sight lines and skilled hands. Third, the path to the library preserved form and date. Together, these made a small note firm enough to anchor a larger measure. The next steps would belong to chords, rods, and lists in Alexandria. The Syene line would hold its place as the quiet southern point. In Alexandria, the solstice arrived with dry heat and steady light. The courtyard floor lay smooth and level under a thin chalk grid. A gnomon, a vertical rod for measuring shadows, stood on its bronze shoe. A plumb line hung beside the rod and showed a still string. A shallow dish of water touched the plate to confirm a flat base. Shutters held a narrow opening to calm the breeze. Soft courtyard hush and steady breath in heat framed the task. The rod's height was fixed and written on a small tag. A straight edge waited on the board to read the shortest line. A wax tablet lay open for figures with place and date at the top. A reed pen, a sponge, and a cloth sat within reach. A sand timer marked small intervals before and after noon. The arrangement did not change through the season. Familiar order kept each part clear and easy to repeat. Local noon needed care, not guesswork. The shortest shadow defined the moment better than a general clock. The team marked shadow tips at even intervals as the sun rose. Marks grew closer as the line shortened and then lengthened again. When two marks matched on both sides of a minute, noon sat between them. The board then took a careful line from rod foot to shadow tip. The distance and the rod height formed the first ratio. The ratio became an angle through a small table on the tablet. The table linked shadow to height, with part of a full turn. It used round entries for ease of reading under light glare. The value near today's mark fell close to 1/50th of a turn. For a single modern sense, that is about 7 degrees. The tablet recorded the figure with a short hedge. About. The reed returned to the tray, and the board held its clean mark. The reading did not stand alone. Eratosthenes preferred a small group across nearby days. 2 days before solstice and 2 days after gave useful neighbors. Each day received the same steps, the same tools, and the same hands. If thin haze softened the edges, a margin note said so. If a breeze moved the plumb line, the shutters narrowed and time extended. At the end, the central day and the two closest matches formed the mean. The mean angle served the purpose better than any single pass. It softened small errors from heat shimmer or faint dust. It matched the calendar's aim to identify the solstice, not a single instant. The wax tablet carried all 5 entries and the simple average. The papyrus copy then took the mean and the day's conditions. Clear letters and wide spacing kept the line easy to scan. A small tag named Alexandria, solstice, noon. Shadows change with simple causes, so checks stayed visible. The rod was tested for straightness against a string and a wall. The bronze shoe met the board near the same cross each time. The water surface showed level to the eye in a steady line. The shadow edge was red at the brightness center, not the blur outside. The assistant's hand rested, then marked with one firm motion. All of this returned the next day, without change of order. The courtyard space kept the reading safe from stray lines. Walls stood low enough to avoid casting across the mark area. A fixed north-south line lay on the floor from earlier work. The rod stood exactly on that line's crossing with the east-west chalk. The sand around the base stayed swept, so no grit raised the plate. The assistant cleared the board before each session with a dry cloth. The surface took new chalk without smearing older traces. Timekeeping tied the observation to wider practice in the city. Temple watchers named the solstice by month and rising stars. Harbor staff logged day lengths for routine shifts. The library listed the date on a small board inside the door. The courtyard reading matched these independent frames. The same day appeared on several clean lists. The tablet line wrote, "Solstice, clear noon, Alexandria." The entry stood among other measured notes for that week. Computation used simple tools that fit the bench. The abacus, a counting board with pebbles, set out fractions of a circle. One row named twelfths, another named sixtieths, a third named fiftieths. 1/50th as a check against the table. A small scrap carried a reminder for conversions if needed. The marks agreed within the notes about, so copying could proceed. The wax tablet kept raw numbers. The roll kept fair lines. The figure's meaning lay in the pair with Cyrene. If Alexandria held an angle near 1/50th of a circle, the arc to Cyrene matched that part. The Earth's full length would then be about 50 such arcs. The ratio did the work with no complex device. The rod gave the angle. The road would give the distance. Lists of stages on the river and road would soon enter the board. The quiet link between angle and arc guided the next steps. Morning heat required slow breath and steady motions. The assistant breathed in, then marked, then exhaled. The reed pen left light, even strokes on the wax tablet. The sponge lifted stray grit from the board's edge. A small weight held the papyrus flat while ink dried. The lamp did not burn. Daylight was enough. The courtyard heard sandals scrape once and then fall still again. The pace stayed low, and the record stayed clean. The group noted small errors openly and moved on. Sun glare can widen the shadow edge. A hand shield helped briefly. Heat quiver can shift the line. 2 readings reduce that effect. The rod tip has real width. The same point on the tip was used each time. The base can settle. The bubble and dish confirmed level before starting. A phrase like thin haze or light wind marked the condition. The final figure kept its hedge and its usefulness. The tool set remained modest because the goal allowed it. The geometry asked only for a ratio and a known height. The board asked only for a line between 2 clear points. The tablet asked only for neat digits in a small space. Where another study needed a heavy instrument, this work did not. The room favored the choice with bright light, simple airflow, and level ground. The shadow fell, the line formed, and the number appeared. Alexandria's latitude kept the shadow at a comfortable range. It was neither almost zero nor very long at solstice. The length let eyes find the tip without strain. The angle sat far enough from the floor to avoid near-parallel blur. The walls helped by holding steady contrast around the line. The chalk grid gave scale to the board without extra rulers. All these features made the small fraction easier to read. Records in the library gave context without changing the result. Earlier authors wrote of round Earth and curved shadows and eclipses. Sailors noted star heights that changed with travel. These lines strengthened trust in the method's frame. Eratosthenes placed his angle among them as a measured piece. The angle's weight came from the clear steps, not from names. The desk then assembled the pieces with distance from the road lists. The number gained firmness through repetition across seasons. While the solstice reading mattered most, nearby months helped check drift. A winter mark ran longer. A spring mark ran between. The pattern of increasing and decreasing lengths formed an arc through the year. These entries sat on a separate roll with months and day lengths. They did not enter the circumference directly. They confirmed that the tool, place, and hands held steady. Materials stayed reliable under heat and time. The rod's seasoned wood did not warp within the year's cycle. The bronze shoe held its flat bottom with regular cleaning. The board's surface took chalk and lost it again without residue. The wax tablet softened under the hand, then smoothed flat for fresh lines. The reed pen kept a firm edge with a light trim. Each material answered in the same way each day. That sameness kept error small. Care moved from tools to numbers with the same tone. The abacus pebbles returned to their places after each check. The scrap for conversions was folded back into its slot. The papyrus roll received its tag and its place on the shelf. The wax tablet erased and dried for the next hour's use. A clerk copied the heading onto the finding list for that week. Nothing rushed to the next task. The chain stayed visible, and memory stayed portable. Near midday, the courtyard settled into full heat. Air wavered above the stone for a moment, then steadied. The shortest line appeared and held long enough to mark. The assistant pressed the chalk once, lifted, and waited. The rod's shadow began to grow again. The sand timer turned and drifted. The reed pen wrote the figure. About 1/50th. The tablet took the same, with the day and the note, clear noon. After the mark, the board received a thin rinse at the edge. A cloth dried the corner so grit would not cling. The rod slid back into its groove on the shelf. The bronze shoe wiped dry under a folded cloth. The plumb line hung free for a count, then went still. The water dish emptied and dried in shade. Shutters widened to bring air across the floor. The space returned to a plain room again. The angle's path now moved indoors to lists and stages. Distance from Alexandria to Cyrene would join the angle soon. Road posts and river runs would build the length in stadia. The board would show 50 parts in a circle and 1 part on land. The numbers would meet on a line with wide spacing. The figure for Earth would then appear in round terms. It would be easy to copy and easy to teach. Through all steps, the sound field stayed simple and small. A soft scrape when chalk touched the board. A faint hiss as the dish met the plate. A short brush of cloth over wood. A light clack when a pebble settled on the counting board. A single page turn from the roll. Steady breath in heat. The courtyard kept these sounds within its walls. They matched the size of the work and the plainness of the aim. The reading at Alexandria completed the pair begun in Upper Egypt. Cyrene gave a near vertical sun at the well on the solstice. Alexandria gave a short, clean line from a rod on the same day. Together they formed a fraction of Earth's turn. The fraction would guide the length with help from road lists. The method used common tools, a steady room, and careful notes. The number could now move from chalk and wax to a clear papyrus line. The road south followed the Nile's spine through fields and stone. Paths ran on raised levees, then dropped to ferries, then rose again. Canals crossed the land in straight cuts and slow bends. Way stations stood near wells, storehouses, and small shrines. Guards watched their posts and marked traffic on plain boards. Caravans moved in files with pack animals and spare cords. Heat lay on stone at noon, then eased toward evening. Leatherstrap creak and even footfall set a steady count on hard ground. Skilled walkers served as bimatists, professional pacers for distance. They trained their stride on a measured course inside city walls. A counting board checked totals as they walked back and forth. The average step length became a fixed value for field work. A leather pouch held pebbles for quick tallies by hundreds. A wax tablet kept segment notes, times, and brief conditions. A narrow cord tied around the wrist held small knots at set counts. The work asked for rhythm, not speed. Units stayed simple and clear. Roads used the stadion, a common length for routes and games. One modern sense places a stadion near 185 meters. The team noted that once. Longer counts used thousands of stadia in round totals. Short cross-checks used cubits or paces when needed. The goal was not many units, but one unit used well. Bimatists kept their stride matched to the road unit by training. Tables on the tablet turned steps into stadia without debate. The stage system broke the route into calm pieces. Posts stood at regular intervals along levees and desert margins. Each post bore a mark and sometimes a short name. Wayhouses provided water, shade, and a bench for writing. A clerk there kept a wooden board with distances to neighbors. Arrivals placed small seals on strings to show official purpose. Bimatists read the board, paced the next span, and wrote the number. Footfall stayed even. Leather gear creaked and settled. A typical day began at first light, with sandals tied snug. The walker touched a fixed line in the dust and stepped out. Every fixed count, often 100 steps, moved a knot along the wrist cord. After 10 such counts, a pebble clicked into the pouch, the rhythm held across levee brow and hard earth. Midday brought a short rest at shade, a drink, and a tablet mark. Afternoon finished the stage at the next post. The wax tablet received the total count in neat rows. Errors came from expected causes and were handled in plain ways. Wind-blown sand softened footing and shortened stride. Counts received a small hedge. Crowds near markets forced detours. The board recorded the bend. Ferry crossings added waiting time but not steps. The clerk read posted spans. Heat changed gait slightly. Walkers rested and resumed a steady rate. When two segments disagreed with older totals, the span was paced again. The clear aim was a stable route number, not one brave sprint. River records supported the land counts with a different view. Boat crews kept day runs between known keys. They logged bends, sandbars, and average travel at calm speed. A shore clerk copied these logs onto slim tablets with dockets. Eratosthenes circle work needed land distance along the south line. Still, river day runs helped cross-check stages near towns. Where both sources agreed within small bounds, trust increased. Where they differed, the land record remained primary for the meridian sense. The levee path offered long, straight spans that suited pace counting. A north-south line ruled many sections near the river. Dry season kept the crown firm with hard edges that held stride. Raised ground cut small deviations and kept sight of posts. In wet months, bematists chose higher track on rock or packed sand. Each choice entered the tablet with a short note. Over a year, several passes created a mean figure. The mean steadied the final road length. Way stations held tools that kept units anchored. A fixed rod near the bench marked a known length in cubits. Bematists matched stride against that rod before long stages. A balance stood ready to test standard weights for their pay. A water jar with a line helped measure rations in a fair way. The same habit of check and record that ruled the library ruled the road. With each post, the route gained another firm piece. Pebbles clicked softly. The cord knots moved again. Lists grew at each stop with a calm pattern. Line 1 named the post and the last place. Line 2 named the step count and the stadion total. Line 3 named the time and simple conditions. A small sign showed if a repace was needed. At day's end, the tablet lines transferred to a papyrus strip. The strip dried on a flat board near the bench. A seal band tied the strip into a roll. The roll moved with the caravan under guard. Traffic between Alexandria and Cyrene followed set frames. Northbound grain and stone met southbound goods and reports. Messengers carried small rolls with docket lines and short seals. Guard posts opened strings, logged copies, and closed fresh bands. Eratosthenes relied on this chain to reach his desk. The stage totals left the south, one roll at a time. Weeks later, they entered the catalog, and copyists wrote clean lines. Paper rustle in the quiet hall matched footfall on the earlier road. The walkers used a simple pace standard to control drift. Training included long repeats on a measured line marked with pegs. Heat, wind, and load altered stride. Training reduced those shifts. Bematists did not carry heavy gear. Another hand moved supplies. A leather strap over the shoulder held tablet and pouch. Sandals had firm soles to keep stride length stable. At rest, walkers checked a short list: straps, knots, pebbles, wax. Small habits held numbers close to their frame. Some spans required counting across broken ground. Near quarries, the path climbed and dropped over cut stone. Near desert margin, dunes pressed the levee from the side. The walker shortened the cadence and kept the count. The tablet marked rough beside the number. A second pass on a cooler morning confirmed a mean. The aim was not to win a record, it was to match earlier lists. Leather Strap Creek and even Footfall continued in smaller beats. Posts also held short notices that aided consistency. One board named To Next Well and To Ferry, another named To Market Road and To Guardhouse. Beneath, older totals faintly marked earlier hands. Bematists copied the current figures and set out again. If a guard moved a post after flood repair, the board noted the change. The route adapted without losing the unit frame. The stadion remained the length for the count. Between major towns, the landscape helped keep line and pace. Date palms marked irrigation edges. Stone markers stood on high points. A low ridge kept sight across several spans. The sun gave direction in clear sky. A simple shadow showed midday. Bematists used these cues to hold a straight course. When local paths detoured around fields, the tablet listed the bend. Over the season, workers averaged the straight and bent totals. The number settled without drama. At larger stops, clerks filed copies for later readers. Memphis held shelves for road lists and river runs. Farther south, storehouses near Thebes kept boards for stages. Syene held quarry records and nilometer notes in side rooms. Each place added a small layer of writing to the route. When Alexandria asked for a fresh copy, a clerk sent a roll. The chain allowed one worker's steps to become many desks' lines. The method scaled through stable forms. The final length needed a chosen version of the stadion. Regions used slightly different lengths for games and roads. The road office favored the royal standard used on main routes. Bematists trained to that value and wrote their totals accordingly. When the rolls reached the library, a note named the standard. Eratosthenes used that line and set others in a margin. Round figures helped teaching and copying. Precision beyond the unit choice did not change the circle fraction. Even when the river bent east or west, the stage line advanced south. Posts referenced the meridian sense in their placement. Road crews rebuilt levee crowns after floods to the same plan. The walker's count therefore showed progress toward Syene along the south line. Ferry spans crossed to better ground without resetting totals. The tablet made a clear series of southward gains. This kept the distance aligned with the angle taken at noon. Sensory cues along the route stayed small and repeatable. Sandaled feet met hard ground with low thuds. Leather straps creaked when the pouch shifted at each 100. Water skins knocked lightly against a pack frame. A reed pen scratched a brief note during a rest. Wind moved across grain heads and then eased. Animals breathed with steady sounds at the rear of the file. Nothing pushed the count faster than the tools allowed. The pace matched the purpose. At the end of the long run, Syene's posts confirmed the last spans. The quarry roads gave firm measures near the first cataract. The well district sat within easy count of the final post. The wax tablet carried the closing line and a small mark. A clerk copied the total into a fair hand on papyrus. A seal band crossed the cord and took an image. The roll joined other messages northbound with guards. Leather Strap Creek left stone for deckboards. Alexandria's copyists received the roll in the routine way. A docket listed sender, route, and date. The band broke with a soft crack. The lines read, Stages and Stadia, Alexandria to Cyrene. The copy moved to Eratosthenes' bench and matched the angle page. One line named the standard stadion. One line named the mean of several passes. The totals sat clean against the board edge. The number could now travel into the circle work. The walker's part ended where the bench work began. Their steps became rows. Their rows became one figure. The figure met the solstice angle from the gnomon. 50 such arcs would make the Earth's round length. The count did not require belief. It required a clear path and a steady foot. The tools remained light and known: cord, pebbles, tablet, pen. The sound remained small: strap creak, even footfall, and a soft page turn. Eratosthenes worked with simple pieces that fit one table. One piece was an angle near 1/50th of a full turn. Another piece was a road length in stadia along a steady route. A ratio, a comparison of two numbers, connected the pieces. If a small arc matched one part in 50, the whole matched 50 parts. The board carried these parts in large, round figures for easy checking. Reed stylus tap-on wax marked each line. Quiet board scrape leveled the writing surface again. 3rd century teaching favored clean fractions for public work. Halves, thirds, fourths, sixths, and twelfths read quickly under lamplight. 50ths also read well when a circle stood behind the task. Some rooms used degrees. One part of a circle split into 360. Eratosthenes kept both frames near at hand, but leaned on round parts. 1/50th of a turn sat close to the noon result at Alexandria. The fraction fit a stable habit and a clear rule. Peebles on the counting board showed the same move. He laid the pieces out with wide spacing on a wax tablet. Line 1 named the angle, about 1/50th. Line 2 named the ground span, Alexandria to Cyrene, mean stages. Line 3 named the unit frame, Stadion, Royal Road Standard. A short margin note reminded readers that Cyrene lay near the tropic. Another note named the solstice as the time anchor. Nothing in the list relied on memory alone. Each entry pointed to a roll on the shelf behind him. The conversion from part to whole used one calm step. If one part in 50 matched the Alexandria Cyrene arc, then 50 such arcs matched the full circumference, the length around a circle. The abacus held one pebble in the parts row and 50 in the whole row. The clerk moved a finger across both rows to show the tie. Round numbers supported later readers who might teach the same step. Reed stylus tap confirmed the line and set the next stage. A second list checked the unit choice before copying forward. Regions used stadion lengths that differed by small amounts. The library roll for roads named the Royal Standard, used on main routes. The table kept that line and placed others in the margin. Eratosthenes avoided mixing unit families inside one chain. The same stadion that measured stages would measure the circumference. A brief hedge, likely the road standard, sat beside the title. The rule here kept noise out of later columns. The road length itself entered as a mean from several passes. Bematists had paced the stages more than once during a season. Clerks had compared land lists with river day runs near large towns. The mean number spoke for the route, not for a single day. That approach matched the earlier angle practice in the courtyard. A mean steadied small drifts from heat, crowding, and soft footing. Quiet board scrape erased old totals and made space for the clean line. Now the table could carry round figures for teaching and filing. Suppose the mean stages gave about 5,000 stadia between the two cities. The whole then became about 50 times 5,000, or 250,000 stadia. A short line showed an alternate copyist's total, near 5,040. That would give about 252,000 stadia, and still keep round hundreds. The difference stayed inside the earlier hedges. The method allowed both lines to live together without strain. He copied the steps once more in a simple public hand. First, the small angle at Alexandria on the solstice. Second, the fraction of the circle that the angle represented. Third, the ground distance in stadia between the two towns. Fourth, the multiplication that turned the part into the whole. Each word used short terms that a clerk could read at a glance. The goal was a chain that any trained hand could trace. Reed's stylus tap kept a steady rhythm across the margins. Geometry sat behind the page, but did not crowd it. A straight line from Earth's center to each town made an angle. That angle matched the surface arc between the towns. Equal angles on a circle matched equal arc fractions. A proportion, two equal ratios, linked small to large. Those sentences were short enough to fit one board. The map room stored a circle sketch with one chord and two radii. The sketch served as a reminder, not an argument. Simple checks kept the ratio honest without heavy gear. The solstice date came from several lists, not one watcher. The shadow mark used the same rod, base, and line across close days. The road length came from stage posts, not private guesses. The stadion unit came from a royal list, not a market stall. Each piece stood where a second person could inspect it. Each copy named its shelf. The whole rested on many small plain parts. He considered common sources of drift and wrote them plainly. The sun's height at Cyrene stood near the zenith, not exactly at it. The river route between towns did not sit on a perfect north-south line. The stage posts sometimes moved after flood repairs. The stadion length varied outside the royal routes. These notes stood in a narrow right margin as short lines. They did not block the chain. They told later readers how to weigh small differences. The table also kept a small row for round conversions. Some rooms preferred thousands and hundreds for clear speech. 250,000 stadia read slowly and safely. Others liked a number divisible by 60 for astronomy work. 252,000 stadia pleased that habit while staying close. Eratosthenes allowed both in side-by-side lines. The main row kept the mean stages and the 1/50th fraction. Quiet board scrape leveled the surface and took a fresh coat of wax. Teaching notes formed a short appendix for the same role. A line read, "Use round parts when the angle stands near them." Another read, "Keep one unit family through all steps." A third said, "Prefer means from several days or passes." A fourth said, "Place hedges where conditions allow small change." These notes were not rules of pride. They were reminders that kept counting rooms aligned. Reed's stylus tap marked each point with a small dot. The copy for lending used a larger script and generous spacing. Headings named angle, fraction, stages, and whole. Each heading owned a short column with room for future checks. The clerk placed a tag on the roll's end with the same 4 words. A second copy went to the map room, where a scale line sat below a coast. That line used the chosen stadion and a round circumference. Any later board could call the scale down in 1 minute. Inside the library, quiet habits reinforced the round framework. Copyists pronounced numbers softly while writing them. A reader with a counting board tested the multiplication once. Another reader traced the chain with a finger and nodded. The roll then went to a shelf marked Measures of Earth and Sea. The shelf list added one plain line with date and hand. paper rustle faded, and the bench cleared for another task. The work had entered memory that rooms could share. Elsewhere in the building, tables tied day length to latitude. Those tables rose smoothly from south to north in calm rows. They used the same stadion and the same circle. Eratosthenes could place his circumference against those rows without strain. The numbers agreed within the earlier hedges. This crossfit mattered because it showed one frame serving many lists. When frames stayed shared, errors had fewer places to hide. Quiet board scrape prepared space for a note that named the match. The same circle supported sea charts and caravan guides. A scale built from the circumference set the spacing for long routes. Merchants preferred round totals for planning loads and days. Harbor officers preferred round totals for rations and watches. Round numbers did not replace care, they carried it farther. A figure that read cleanly survived more copies and more rooms. The chain from shadow to stages to circle served that end. Reed's stylus tap confirmed a last total on the wax. He left a short path for later corrections in the same roll. If a future stage list shifted by a few tens of stadia, a clerk could replace one line. The fraction row would stay the same unless the angle changed. The product row would change only in its last 2 digits. This design avoided rewriting the whole board for a small repair. It treated knowledge like a shelf with labeled cubbies. Parts could move without losing the plan. The chapter's instruments remained modest because the thinking was modest. The abacus, the wax tablet, the reed, and the board carried most weight. The gnomon in the courtyard had already done its quiet job. The road lists had already arrived with seals and tags. What remained was proportion and clear copying. The sound field matched the tools, reed stylus tap and quiet board scrape. Sandals crossed the floor once and were gone. Lamp oil barely stirred in its cup. In that stillness, the circle resolved into the line that rooms could use. A small angle near 1/50th joined a long span near 5,000 stadia. The multiplication gave a round hole that sat well on shelves. The hole could teach, travel, and return without strain. It could support a map scale, a calendar note, or a table of winds. It could live beside a second copy with 60 friendly digits. The method held because each part stayed simple and seen. When the board at last felt smooth and clear, copying stopped. The roll received its tag and found its place between related works. A clerk wrote the shelf line in a steady hand and closed the list. In the courtyard outside, heat pressed the stones but left the air still. Inside, numbers rested in even rows under thin wax sheen. The earth's length existed there as a calm, round figure. Reed's stylus tap ceased, and the board waited for the next clear task. The work moved from the desk to a cool storeroom near the catalog hall. Stone kept the air mild, and light entered along the ceiling. Shelves held boxes of rods, cords, and weights used for checks. A balance stood on a flat slab with a steady beam. When a pan received a piece of metal, the beam dipped, paused, and leveled again. Pages rested on a wide board with clean margins. The task here was simple. Name one stadion for the chain and keep it steady. Units lived in families, and families linked by clear steps. Short things used the cubit, elbow to fingertip, and the foot. Fields used the plethron and rows of chords. Roads used the stadion, a common route length. Larger measures grouped many stadia for maps and C notes. 3rd century practice did not force one single set across all regions. Feet differed by place. Cords stretched under heat. Local habits varied with work. A safe chain needed one clear line. Eratosthenes began where hands met ground. the road office. Bematis trained to a posted standard on city courses. Stage posts showed spans in stadia between guards and wells. Wayhouse boards repeated the same units for every traveler. These signs did not change with the season. The walkers' counts matched them. For the circumference chain, that road stadion held the first seat. It carried the route from Alexandria to Siene, without translation at each post. A narrow box on the shelf held wooden rods with tags. Each tag named a foot used by a city or a craft. One rod showed the foot used on royal roads. Another showed a temple foot kept for plans. A third came from a shipyard for framework. The rods were dry and straight, and their ends were faced with bronze. A cord passed along each rod to check wear. A simple rule followed. The road foot made the road stadion, and the chain kept that line. The balance did not weigh length, but it guarded the chain. Weights in a fitted box checked stones and counters used at posts. A ready balance kept trade boards honest and reassured travelers. When posts kept trust, their spans held steady meaning. The beam settled its center. The clerk marked the time on a small slate. Weight on a balance and mild warehouse cool framed the unit choice. Stable tools around the post meant stable numbers on the road lists. Different regions kept different stadion lengths. Some, built from a longer foot, stretched the stadion. Others, built from a shorter foot, tightened it. Copyists had roles naming these differences. The list did not get long. It kept only the main hands in use. The margin gave one modern sense once for orientation. Many workers today place a stadion near 185 meters. After that note, the role returned to plain words. Road standard, temple plan, games track. The chain kept the road line only. He wrote a short page of reasons in clear script. First, the stage posts used the road stadion, so every span in the route already sat in that unit. Second, beamatists trained to that length, so repeats over years held close. Third, wayhouse boards copied it, so clerks along the Nile could check a copy without delay. Fourth, the circle chain preferred one unit from end to end. These points were not grand. They were steady and visible in daily work. Conversion tables stood near the rods for careful use. If a report arrived in a temple foot or a games stadion, a small table carried the change into the road line. The table used round factors and a short hedge when needed. Clerks wrote about at the right edge, then replaced it with a firm number after a recheck. Conversions went forward only once. The chain did not move back and forth between units. One path reduced error from copying in speech. Sea charts used longer stretches and sometimes a sailor's mile. Survey notes in Upper Egypt sometimes used the skoinos, a long measure made from many rope lengths. The library kept both frames on separate boards. When a sea list or a quarry list touched the chain, a conversion copied it into the road stadion once, then stopped. The circumference work did not carry 2 units in one column. It read more slowly and safely when all numbers matched one rod. Teaching copies needed care that matched the warehouse checks. A page set out a simple chain. Steps, stadia, circle. The page gave one example with a round span between posts. It showed the fraction 1/50th beside the span. It showed the multiplication into a whole in stadia. It then wrote the whole in a larger C unit once for readers in ports. After that, the lesson returned to the stadion and stayed there. Students could trace the chain with a finger in 1 minute. The rods and cords received the same light service each week. A cord with knots for half stadia hung from a hook. A straight line on the floor and 2 pegs checked the knots were still true. The cord's loop sat over a peg. The line reached the second peg. The knot met the mark. If heat had loosened the wax, a light rub reset the twist. A narrow cloth sleeve covered the cord after use. Small acts kept the unit firm at very low cost. Papers from beyond Egypt asked for extra care. Some named a stadion tied to a broader Greek foot. Others named counts and parasangs from old Persian lists. Clerks wrote the incoming unit clearly, then made a side copy in Rhodes stadia. The original stayed on its shelf with its own family. The side copy entered the chain for the circle only if needed. This handling avoided silent mix, which could shift a long product by many hundreds. The board held both lines apart. The map room helped by posting scales from the chosen stadion. A long strip under a coastal chart named Rhodes Stadion Royal. A second strip on a shelf below named Games Stadion Not for Rhodes. Walkers and readers kept their eyes on the right strip. When a copy moved to another room, its tag named the unit. If a clerk forgot, the shelf list brought it back in a moment. Quiet rules and clear labels did more than argument here. Eratosthenes then tied the unit choice to checking habits. If a later stage list revised a segment by a few stadia, the chain could absorb that change without touching the unit row. If a later angle came from a sharper gnomon reading, the fraction row could change without touching stages. The stadion line remained the anchor for ground length. Keeping it fixed kept repairs small and local. The storeroom's order turned into fewer lines to recopy. A short section on larger measures helped readers in wide rooms. Caravan guides liked totals by thousands of stadia. Harbor officers liked totals by standard day runs at steady speed. A table offered both, but each line kept the stadion beneath in small type. The reader could see the base and the branches in one view. If two rooms used different branches, the base kept them aligned. The unit work was not a show. It was a support beam. Rods, cords, and labels returned to their places at day's end. The balance lowered its pans and tied its strings. The lid closed over the weights with a muted click. The shelf list gained one new line. Stadion choice for circle chain, Rhodes standard. A clerk read the line back and set down the stylus. The air in the storeroom stayed mild and still. The page on the board dried with no smudge. The unit for the Earth's length now sat where hands could find it again. Cross-checks met the choice in quiet ways around the house. A nilometer note in cyan used rope lengths and steps. Its copy kept a stadion total in the margin. A sea table from Alexandria used day runs and winds. Its copy kept a stadion line below. A land tax sheet used field cords. A clerk wrote a short conversion once, then moved on. None of these copies were large. They were small knots that kept the chain from twisting. The last task was to state drift plainly and accept it. Workers wrote that stadia varied by region. They wrote that the road standard fit royal posts in Egypt in this era. They wrote that other rooms could redo the last product with their own unit if needed. They wrote that the method, fraction times span, stood either way. These notes lived in the right margin, next to the rods tags. Clear words reduced debate and spared future copying. With the choice made, the circle chain ran through one clean length. The gnomon gave the fraction near 1/50th. The root gave the span in Rhodes stadia. The page multiplied and reached a hole in the same unit. Another page, if needed, changed that hole into a larger C measure once. The board never mixed frames inside one sum. Weight on a balance and mild warehouse cool remained steady. The result could now move through rooms with the least number of steps. In Alexandria, around 240 BCE, a clerk's room held steady light. A low window faced a courtyard and kept the air mild. A wax tablet, a small clay docket, and a papyrus roll lay ready. A reed pen rested beside a damp sponge on a tray. A narrow balance and weights stood on a stone slab nearby. Dry clay warmth came from the sill where the docket had rested. When the door closed, paper rustle faded, and work began. The inputs were already set in earlier pages. One page named a noon angle near 1/50th of a turn. Another page named a mean road length between Alexandria and Cyrene. A third page named the road stadion chosen for all sums. The clerk brought these three to a single board. The board carried wide spacing and short headings. Angle, fraction, stages, and whole stood clear. Lines left room for later checks without crowding the page. He wrote the fraction first because it guided the shape. 1/50th of a circle meant 50 equal arcs around the earth. The Alexandria Cyrene span matched one of those arcs by earlier readings. If one span held one part, 50 spans held the whole. The wax tablet showed the steps in a calm order. A reed stylus tapped soft points along a neat column. A sponge cleared a smear, and the wax leveled again. Next came the ground number, already rounded for safe copying. The stage list gave a mean near the same figure each season. The clerk copied the mean total in road stadia on one line. A margin note named the date range for the passes. Another note named clear weather on the best repace days. The heading stages kept the unit family in view. A narrow tag on the shelf repeated the same unit choice. Multiplication followed, done twice in easy frames. The abacus set 1 pebble in parts and 50 in whole. The clerk then moved pebbles to show the product in stadia. He checked the sum again by tens and hundreds on a slate. The wax tablet received the first answer, about 250,000 stadia. He added a cautious second line using a nearby mean, about 252,000 stadia. The main row kept the first. The margin held the second. A single modern cent sat in a short parenthesis once. If one stadion was near 185 meters, the whole was near 46,000 kilometers. The note helped orientation, and then fell silent. All later copying returned to stadia only. The page stayed consistent with road lists, map scales, and sea tables. No further mixed units entered the main column. Readers could compare rooms without a conversion at every line. The result stayed portable because the frame stayed plain. The tidy figure moved from wax to clay and papyrus. The clay docket held a short title and a clean total. Its surface was warm and dry from the sill. A light dampening smoothed one corner for the seal area. A seal roll crossed the margin with a soft, even touch. The impression marked hand, room, and date for later checking. The docket would sit with related notes in a small jar. The papyrus copy held the teaching form. Headings read angle, fraction, stages, and whole, spaced wide. Each row used simple digits and short words. The main total read about 250,000 stadia, with the hedge in place. The alternate row, about 252,000, sat lower in smaller hand. A thin line separated them to avoid confusion. The reed pen moved steadily across the fibers. A dry blotting scrap lifted extra ink from the edge. Anchors on the page placed the work in time and place. One line read, Alexandria, c. 240 BCE, solstice frame. Another read, route, Alexandria Cyrene, road posts and levee crowns. A third read, unit, road stadion, royal standard. These anchors matched earlier lists in the catalog. They allowed a second clerk to retrace the chain in a day. The page did not require debate to be used. It required shelves and tags, which the building already had. Cross-checks sat below, brief and practical. A row named day-length tables that rose smoothly with latitude. Another row named star-height notes from sailors near the coast. Neither row changed the product. Both rows showed that the frame agreed with other rooms. If later copies adjusted a stage by tens of stadia, the board allowed repair. The fraction row held steady unless a new noon angle appeared. The design kept most edits small and local. The balance by the wall served a habit more than a sum. Weights checked counters and measures that traveled with stage lists. When the beam settled flat twice, the clerk wrote the time. He then turned back to the page and copied the total again. The balance's calm center mirrored the page's tidy lines. Weight on a balance and mild warehouse cool kept the tone. The number gained trust through small, steady acts. Storage followed a set pattern used every week. The clay docket dried further on a reed mat by the window. A jar received the docket with others from the same shelf. The papyrus roll curled around a light dowel and found a cord tie. A tag named Earth's Circumference, Method and Total. The catalog clerk wrote a one-line entry in the finding list. A copy for the map room received the same headings and spacing. Paper rustle carried down the corridor, then faded. Other rooms now had a figure they could reach quickly. The map room drew a long scale bar in road stadia. A clerk could now set coast distances with fewer guesses. The harbor office added a note for sea routes by day runs. The schoolroom carried the wax steps as a lesson for groups. Each room read the same total in the same unit family. Each room knew where the chain began. The page linked quiet work across floors. The method and the number stayed humble in wording. The main row said about, not exact. A short margin line named likely drifts, wind at noon, haze, post repairs. Another named unit spread in other towns and ways to convert once. No more pages explained causes in full. Causes lived in earlier chapters and could be found. This page served a different task, one view of the whole. Tidy lines helped tired eyes in late light. When light lowered, the clerk checked edges for dry ink. He tapped the roll ends to seat the dowel. He pressed a small seal into a softened corner of clay. The seal roll left crisp lines across the margin. The docket cooled and kept its form. The wax tablet was smoothed for tomorrow's notes. The desk cleared to bare wood with 2 quick strokes. The room held its mild air and a faint scent of clay. The answer now existed where hands could find it fast. One figure in stadia, fit for roads, maps, and lessons. One fraction that tied 2 towns to a whole circle. One chain that others could repeat or correct as needed. Dry clay warmth lingered at the sill. The seal's impression lay sharp along the docket's edge. In the quiet, neat rows held their place without strain. The page with the answer waited on its shelf for the next reader. A teaching hall in Alexandria held long tables, wax boards, and straight edges. Benches faced a tall plank hung with cords for simple sighting. A reed lay beside each tablet, trimmed to a clean edge. A pot with water kept sponges damp for smoothing wax. Copies of road lists and day-length tables sat on a shelf. Light from high windows fell in calm squares across the floor. Reed on wax made a soft scrape. A quiet bench shuffle answered it, and then stilled. The first step set scale. The circumference stood as about 250,000 stadia. A short bar on the plank marked a fixed share of that whole. One line named 1,000 stadia, shown in a neat span. Every coast and road mark would take meaning from that bar. a second line named 10,000 stadia for long reaches across seas. The room avoided many unit families. The stadion stayed in use from start to end. This kept sums and drawings aligned. Next came the grid itself. A parallel, an east-west line for equal sun height, ran across the plank. A meridian, a north-south line for alignment to poles, crossed it at right angles. The crossing point took a tag that named Alexandria. The parallel set a calm midline for the known world in this work. The meridian gave a clear spine for north-south distances. Students traced both with a straight edge until the lines held straight by habit. Latitude sense came from day-length tables and noon shadows. In this era, workers noted how long daylight ran at set times. Farther north meant longer summer days and shorter winter days. Farther south meant the reverse. A gnomon's noon shadow also changed with place. These two frames agreed well enough for map use. A line of figures connected day length to a position above or below the midline. The hall copied a few steady rows and kept them close at hand. He marked several main parallels using known sites. One line ran near Cyrene, tied to the solstice note about the well. Another ran near Alexandria, checked by the gnomon work. A third ran near Rhodes, a common sailing point with clear stars. Farther north, a line marked Hellespont, by rough day length. Farther south, a line marked Meroa, named in river and caravan notes. Each line received a label and a short docket. The spacing followed the scale bar without strain. Meridians then framed west to east spread. One vertical line marked the pillars of Heracles near the western strait. Another marked Alexandria for library work. A third marked Rhodes for sea routines. A fourth marked Babylon by long road lists. Farther east, a line named Indus by traders' reports. Later writers differ on which line served as a main reference. The room kept both Alexandria and Rhodes in view with calm hedges. Labels stayed short and even. Coasts grew from periploi, coast lists, and ship day runs. Sailors recorded bends, capes, and harbors in ordered lines. A clerk read a stretch, named its direction, and set a length in stadia. The reed moved in small segments, then lifted and checked against the scale bar. Where notes gave winds and times, a table turned them into rough stadia. The room avoided busy curves. It drew firm links between points, then softened corners by short, plain joins. Rivers and ranges helped shape inner space with few marks. A long line followed the Nile from Delta to the first cataract and beyond. Two lines traced Tigris and Euphrates across the Near East. A high line named Taurus ranged by travel time over passes. These features did not ask for art. They asked for direction, joins, and places to cross. Traders and messengers needed a sense of how land lay between fixed posts. The map gave that in steady pieces. Zonal notes sat along the edges. Workers kept a torrid zone near the equator where heat stayed high. They kept temperate zones on both sides where people lived in numbers. The known world fit mainly in the north temperate zone for this work. A line near tropic height marked the place where the sun could stand straight overhead. Cyena's report supported that line in practice. The zones did not change the coast. They added simple teaching rows for sky and ground together. Cities entered next as points with short notes. Alexandria already sat at the grid's crossing. Carthage found a place on the north coast of Africa by ship runs. Massalia sat on the north shore of the West Sea by road lists. Byzantium held a gate near the narrow strait by day-length tables. Babylon took a seat inland by caravan measures. Eastward, Palabothra in India appeared in later summaries with rough spans. The hall placed each point by two simple measures, along a parallel and along a meridian. Long lines tied these points in quiet chains. A coastal belt linked Gades to Carthage and then to Alexandria. Another belt ran from Alexandria to Tyre, then turned to Antioch and far coasts. Inland bands joined Alexandria to Memphis, and farther south to Syene and Meroe. East-west roads connected Babylon to Susa and to crossings toward India. Each band used round totals where small bends did not change the aim. The map remained a guide, not a claim for exact borders. Later summaries preserve parts of this geography. They report that Eratosthenes named continents by seas and ranges. They note that he measured main spans in stadia between capes. They say he kept parallels as teaching lines and set rough meridians by routes. They also show that some long east-west distances ran large. Scholars suggest sea stories stretched runs, and winds confused times. The Hall wrote "about" in such places, and moved on. The framework held even when a segment asked for repair. Students learned with a sequence that reduced strain. First, draw the scale bar. Second, lay one parallel and one meridian. Third, place the main parallels and meridians with labels. Fourth, set coasts point by point with checked lengths. Fifth, add rivers, ranges, and cities. Sixth, copy a few stage chains for road sense. A teaching board showed each step with short captions. Read on wax kept its small rhythm. A quiet bench shuffle marked the move from one table to another. Some tools guarded steadiness more than they added detail. A fixed right-angle set square controlled crossings. A thin cord made light arcs for bays by known radii. A pinboard under a thin sheet held points while students checked spans. Sponges smoothed wax for corrections without leaving grooves. Each tool had one clear job. The room used few strokes and many checks. Maps stayed legible after long handling because lines were few and labels were plain. North limits received a cautious edge named Thula in later texts. Reports placed it far toward the pole with long summer light. The Hall gave it a light label on a high parallel and did not force a fixed longitude. South limits took a firm line at Meroe for this project. East limits reached toward India by stage and sea logs. West limits met the strait and the ocean beyond. The known world sat as a long shape with calm ends. Empty space stayed empty without guesswork. The map gave two quiet returns for daily work. First, numbers on the grid matched numbers on rolls. A reader could move from a road list to a line without changing units. Second, the grid taught by reuse. New reports could slide into rows and columns already on the board. A span from a cape to a town could find its line on a parallel. A day-length note could adjust a city's dot a small step north or south. The framework welcomed new facts without raising voices. Astronomy tables sat near the map to link sky and ground. A short list tied day length at solstice to height above the midline. Another list tied star heights at known ports to points on the grid. Sailors who watched a bright star near the north used that sense for course. The room stated both lists plainly and avoided debate. If two sources disagreed by a small amount, the map waited for a second report. The grid did not wobble at every rumor. Copies moved out of the hall in ordered ways. One large copy hung in the map room with wide margins. A medium copy went to the school with heavy lines for long wear. A narrow copy went to the harbor office with more coastal names. Each copy kept the same scale bar, the same unit, and the same labels. Clerks noted the hand and date in small script at a corner. The copies aged at different times, but matched for most uses. In some places, the hall posted notes for review. A margin near Arabian Gulf kept a question about a long sea run. Another margin near India kept a question about a river mouth. A third margin near Ethiopia held a gap for future stages. These marks did not push students to argue. They told readers where to wait and what to watch. When a messenger brought a fresh roll from far posts, the room checked one gap at a time. The grid also helped with calendars and climate lists, lines for parallels linked to months and to winds. A small table tied each main parallel to sowing and harvest notes from farm letters. Another tied storm seasons to capes on sea lists. These files did not change the map's lines. They used the lines to sort facts for work. A farmer's date and a sailor's warning could share one board without mixing words. The grid stood behind both, quiet and useful. In the late day, the hall returned tools to boxes. Straight edges slid into slots. Pins came out of boards and fell softly in a dish. Sponges rested on a tray's edge to dry. Wax boards lay flat to keep their faces true. A large sheet with the grid hung level and still. The scale bar at the top looked plain and firm. Read on wax grew faint, and bench shuffles stopped. The world, as known then, held its shape in measured rows and lines. A teaching hall near the harbor held wax boards, straight edges, and chords. A large plank on the wall showed the same grid used for maps. Reeds lay trimmed on a tray beside damp sponges. A short scale bar in stadia stayed at the top edge. Copies of day-length tables and ship logs sat on a shelf. Light entered from high windows and fell across the boards. Reed on wax made a quiet scrape. Sailcloth rustle from outside mixed with low shoreline wash. He began with the zones. The plan used 5 belts across the earth from west to east. 2 frigid zones marked the far north and far south, where summers were short and cold. 2 temperate zones lay between cold and hot, where seasons shifted in steady ways. 1 torrid zone, a very hot belt near the equator, sat between the temperate zones. Later summaries say he kept this frame from earlier thinkers, then tied it to measured lines. The belts helped teachers sort places by sky and weather. The belts came from plain signs, not hard claims. Day length changed with distance from the midline of the world. Noon shadows changed in the same way. A gnomon, a vertical rod for measuring shadows, showed how high the sun stood. When the sun reached high points at solstices, the rod's shadow gave useful limits. Clerks set these signs and tables with months and places. In the hall, students read a row, looked at the grid, and marked a line. He drew the key lines that held the belts. The tropics, lines where the sun stands straight overhead once a year, framed the torrid zone. A pair of polar circles, lines near the poles where summer days can stay long, framed the cold belts. Between them lay the temperate belts used for most travel here. Each line took a label with a short note. Spacing came from the scale bar and from day-length rows. The map and the sky now spoke in the same simple shape. Alexandria sat north of the northern tropic. Cyrene lay near the tropic by the solstice well report. A calm line on the board showed their positions. The delta spread below the hall as a flat fan of channels and fields. The Nile current moved north toward the sea. Wind near the sea often blew from the north in warm months. These facts mattered for ships and stores. Workers did not argue about causes. They wrote what helped plan a day and a route. Next came the winds. He used a wind rose, a simple chart that shows wind directions with 8 main points: north, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, and northwest, sat on a circle. Greek names appeared in small script for readers who used them. The board kept the short letters N, E, S, and W large for speed. Each point gained a narrow arrow for coast practice. Students copied the rows on wax before they touched a sea route. Summer in Egypt brought steady Etesian winds, seasonal northerly winds. They blew from the north down across the delta for many days. Sailors raised square sails and moved south on the river with those winds. The Nile current, which moved north, then helped ships return. Logs noted this pattern without complex words. Later reports say months around the solstice showed the strongest set. The Hall wrote a hedge, likely, in the margin and moved on. He tied winds to roots with short rules. Southbound from the delta, use the sail when northerlies hold. Northbound to the ports, use the current and oars if wind falls. Coastwise to the east, watch for morning breezes and midday lulls. Coastwise to the west, plan for afternoon sea winds. No step needed a wide chart. A reed traced legs between small capes with lengths in stadia or day runs. The plan fit rooms that worked by numbers and simple notes. Ship logs captured the same habits in rows. A page might read, "From Canopic Mouth to Pelusium, fair northerly, one day." Another line might read, "From Pharos to Heracleion, light wind, oars, short run." Clerks added a unit once for cents. A moderate day sail could match a few hundred stadia. After that note, they returned to day runs. The grid in the hall kept both systems aligned. The teacher pointed to a line, then to a place on the board. The zones also helped with timing away from the sea. Farmers near the delta watched winds that came with seasons. A small table tied the northern temperate belt to sowing and harvest weeks. Caravan leaders watched dust winds on desert edges and avoided noon starts. The plan did not predict each day. It set common frames you could expect most years. A clerk wrote "about" beside each row. The marks served as quiet guides, not commands. At the map plank, students added light arrows to the grid. Parallels held belts. Meridians set long north-south counts. Arrows showed usual wind sets by month. One band of arrows ran from the north across the delta in summer. Few arrows marked winter calms near shore. A side panel showed a short list. Raise sail with northerly. Reef early near bends. Watch tide at mouths. Check sky at dawn. The lists were short to protect sleepy eyes and hands. He kept errors and edges in the open. Winds drifted by day, hour, and local shape. Rivers split, sandbars moved. What was steady were the main sets, not every gust. Where a coast list ran long compared with the scale, a note named wind against current or storm delay. Where a run seemed too short, a note named strong set and clean water. The board carried these hedges along its lower edge. The guide stayed honest and calm. The 5 belts reached beyond Egypt, so the hall posted a few far notes. A light line touched high summer day lengths near the North Sea. Another line touched rains and winds in India from traders' reports. The room wrote short, careful words. Reports say, scholars suggest. No line sent the grid into guesswork. The belts stayed in place. The winds stayed local for work near the delta and the inland sea. New rolls could add detail later. Tools remained modest and easy to repair. Reeds cut clean with a shell blade. Wax took lines and gave them back with a single pass. Cords stayed marked with knots for simple arcs when needed. A small sand clock timed short lessons. A slate tab named the month and wind notes in use. When a reed split, the teacher trimmed and tried again. When a board filled, a sponge cleared it to a smooth sheen. Nothing crowded the bench. He connected belts to teaching rows once more for memory. In the torrid zone, the sun stood high. Rains came in strong seasons. In the temperate zone, winds and seasons cycled. Travel could plan around them. In the frigid zone, cold and long nights limited routes. Notes stayed brief. The hall did not need many words. It needed one clear page with 5 belts and a few arrows. Reed on wax gave those forms in slow, even strokes. Portwork used the same frame at a smaller scale. A pier board near the delta mouth listed winds by symbol and day. A watcher hung a strip to show direction in the morning. A clerk copied the mark at noon and near dusk. Boat crews came to the board before loading. Grain runs waited on strong northerlies. Return trips leaned on current and oars. The belt name did not appear on the pier board. Its rule lived inside the pattern the workers followed. He let sea and sky share one more short table. The table tied months to winds and to likely sea state. It kept round words, calm, light, moderate, strong. It kept round spans, short, half-day, day, 2 days. Old rows did not die. New rows joined in small spaces. The scale bar from the map hung on the same wall. If a master asked for a length in stadia, a clerk could point in a breath. The hall and the pier spoke the same simple language. Later writers kept parts of this plan in their books. They saved the 5 belts and the names of main winds. They added new places and altered some long east-west measures. They kept the sense that belts and winds help plan work. The hall's copy stayed close to coasts, rivers, and roads in the North Temperate Belt. If other rooms needed different belts or new wind sets, they could add. The grid was ready for more lines without change to the base. As the lesson ended, the room held its quiet pace. Students smoothed their boards and stacked them on a shelf. Reeds went back to the tray. A clerk tied one copy of The Wind rose to a peg beside the map. Outside, sailcloth rustled as crews trimmed for a late move. Low shoreline wash touched stone and withdrew. The 5 belts and the wind arrows stayed on the plank. They waited for the next day's hands to draw the same clean lines again. A quiet room near the catalog held a long table and tall shelves. Wax tablets stood in rows with shallow grids scratched across their faces. A reed lay on each tablet beside a damp sponge. A clerk lifted one tablet and set it down with a soft, firm thud. The sound marked the start of work. The task was simple to state and careful to do. Place rulers, games records, and older stories into one ordered timeline. Calm recitation would carry each entry to its seat. The plan used mid-3rd century lists as a base. One set named rulers with regnal years and kin lines. Another set named victors at games held every 4 years. A third set copied older stories and their supposed dates from poets and prose works. Later citations preserved parts of these rows after the originals were lost. The room did not lean on legend alone, and it did not reject it outright. Each entry received a place with a note about strength. Tools kept the work even. Wax tablets held grids with 10 narrow columns for years. A wider column at the left named an anchor, such as an Olympiad or a regnal year. Straight edges controlled lines. A short cord measured equal spaces. Reeds cut to a clean tip made dark, thin marks that read well. When a line strayed, a sponge passed once and left a smooth face. Tablet edge thud set the rhythm. Calm recitation carried the names in order. The games records offered a clear spine for many dates. The Stadion race at Olympia named a victor every 4 years. These entries formed long chains that were hard to fake after the fact. Copyists liked their neat count by 4s. A page wrote, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th year, then reset for the next Olympiad. Between those marks, other events could sit with short notes. The 4-year rhythm kept the board tidy and helped memory in the hall. Ruler lists spoke in a different pattern. Egypt wrote years by the reigns of kings. Greek cities often used an eponym, one official's name to mark a year. Some kingdoms kept 2 lines at once, one for each seat of power. The room placed these lines beside the game's spine. A light mark showed where a reign began. Another showed where it ended. When 2 lists overlapped, a note named the reason. The board let different habits share one surface. Older stories entered with caution and a hedge. Poets placed wars and voyages in distant centuries. Eratosthenes made a timeline work that tried to set those tales near real years. Later writers report that he placed the Trojan War near the late 2nd millennium BCE. The hall wrote "about" beside that line. It copied related names in smaller script below. A short note named the source and the shelf where it lived. The story gained a seat without pretending to be a ledger. A conversion row reconciled calendars before placing entries. Months varied by city, and intercalary days shifted totals. Some places began the year in spring, others in autumn. The row carried plain steps. Name the local start month, count months to the games festival, mark the offset. The goal was not to erase difference. It was to fit difference into a row that others could follow. Numbers stayed round when exactness did not change the seat. Students learned the order by a slow, steady voice. A leader read an anchor aloud, then a span of years, then short notes. Hands moved reeds across wax while the voice kept pace. Olympiad first year, victor named, king begins year 1. Olympiad, second year, famine noted, archon named. The lines held close to one idea each. Calm recitation made the count feel firm and clear. Tablet edge thud came again as filled boards slid into place. Cross-checks reduced drift from copy to copy. Where 2 cities recorded the same eclipse, a mark tied the entries. Where a treaty named the year of 2 rulers, a tie mark joined both lists. Where a temple kept a priest list with exact order, that list linked to a games year nearby. None of these checks were loud. Each lived as a small symbol at the edge of a cell. The grid welcomed them without clutter. The room also kept loss in view. Later citations preserved fragments when full rolls were gone. A narrow strip at the bottom of a board named such fragments. It read, "Saved in later copy from a Roman book," or "quoted by a church writer." The strip did not claim equal weight for every piece. It kept track of how the piece survived. If a stronger source appeared, the strip changed in one stroke. The frame stayed stable while the label improved. Rulers' lines needed careful spacing because gaps occurred. Civil strife sometimes broke counts. Co-regencies sometimes overlapped names and numbers. The grid allowed double lines for those years. One thin rule ran above another, and both carried light notes. A student could trace a single ruler through the board with a finger. When a name returned after a gap, the board showed the pause without fuss. Nothing on the page urged a story. The page showed order. Games records asked for checks of their own. Some local games copied Olympia's 4-year rhythm. Others moved with different cycles. The room placed only the strong chain at the center. It allowed other games in side rows for local interest. When a side list aligned with a city's archon list, a dot joined them. If the side list did not align easily, it kept a small gap symbol. The board told readers what was firm and what was still being weighed. Older stories brought a special habit of labeling. Some tales had many versions. The room fixed on one text for each and named it. Story of the voyage, from this roll, copied in this hand. The line then took an about date and a small mark for source type. The aim was reach, not force. Students could see that the timeline held both hard marks and soft marks. The voice in the room matched the page, steady, clear, and calm. A masterboard gathered the main rows on one surface. It ran across a long plank with pegs at the ends. 10 Olympiads fit across one section. Below them, rulers' lines crossed the same span. At the base, brief notes named harvest failures, temple dedications, and walls rebuilt. The masterboard did not live in one room only. It moved between the map hall and the catalog as needed. 2 clerks lifted it and set it down with care, and a soft thud. Dating rules stayed in short sentences near the top edge. Prefer the 4-year chain when 2 sources disagree slightly. Keep the eponym list as written. Do not fill missing names. Use about when older stories enter the line. Cite the shelf for every source the first time it appears. The rules were few and plain. They protected readers from guesswork and under-the-table changes. They also protected sleepy readers from long explanations. Later citations, made centuries after, carried parts of this method forward. Some named spans between famous events in Stadia's Calm analog, ordered, counted, and ready to use. Some gave lists of rulers with tallies beside them. Some preserved the date for older stories as short lines. Scholars suggest these later books drew on work like the one in this room. The hall did not chase credit. It kept its copy clean so others could carry it farther. The work also served the map room. A road built in a certain reign could sit on a map with a year label. A coastal fort founded in a known Olympiad could join a sea list. A treaty year could fix a boundary in a neat row. The grid of time spoke to the grid of place. Neither swallowed the other. When a new report arrived, a clerk checked both boards and added 1 line in each. The 2 frames grew together without strain. Storage followed a weekly routine. Filled wax tablets moved to a copying bench. Papyrus copies received the same grids in ink. Seal impressions crossed margins with steady pressure. Clay dockets named the hand, date, and shelf. Later, when corrections came, copying touched only 1 small row. The board did not need a full remake for a short change. This habit saved time and reduced errors. Calm recitation slowed the pace enough to prevent slips. The timeline also managed long spans that did not fit on one board. A join mark at the right edge linked to the next section. A join mark at the left edge linked back. Clerks aligned the join marks before reading. The count then continued with no jump. Students trained their eyes to find joins by simple symbols. A circle with a dot meant forward. A circle with a line meant back. The method looked modest and worked well. Errors were treated gently and plainly. If a ruler's years had been miscounted by 1, a dot appeared. A note said, 1 year added here by mistake, corrected below. If a game's victor had been copied in the wrong Olympiad, a short line crossed it, and the correct seat took the name. No blame words appeared on the page. The point was a clean chain, not a sharp pen. Sleepy readers could trust the surface because it did not hide its repairs. The room sometimes used outside events to check the count. An eclipse list from another shelf could test a few lines. A flood noted in 2 cities could do the same. A coin with a ruler's face and a date mark added weight. None of these items lived on the main board. They lived on small side tags, tied to the line by a thin cord. The board stayed clear. Side tags came and went as needed. In late light, the voice in the hall slowed into low syllables. Names, years, and short notes formed a steady flow. The reed moved at an even pace across the grid. When a section ended, the tablet slid forward, and the next one clicked into place. Tablet edge thud sounded soft and regular. Calm recitation paused, then resumed. The line through time held steady in the room, joining lists, games, and stories into years that someone could find again. A counting room near the school held a long board with shallow grooves. Pebbles sat in a clay bowl at the corner. A wax tablet lay beside a short reed and a damp sponge. A narrow lamp left a calm light across the surface. The air was still and mild. When a pebble touched wood, it made a soft click. Faint counting under breath set a low pace. The task was plain. Use a table to find prime numbers with a careful routine. A prime was defined once in clear words. A number greater than one that had no divisors except one and itself. The room repeated this line at the start of each lesson. No further talk was needed. The rest was action and small checks. The board hosted the work. Rows rose in even steps. Columns ran straight under a guiding cord. Wax took digits well and let mistakes vanish in a single pass. The reed drew clean strokes without splatter. The table began with a range suited to practice. Workers chose a top number that fit the board, often 100 or 300. They wrote digits in rows, left to right, then the next row beneath. Spaces stayed wide, so pebbles could sit on numbers without covering them. A small mark in the corner named the top number. Another named the date. A simple rule followed: do not rush the writing, since the writing controlled the later search. The sieve method started at the first useful number, which was 2. A tiny dot near the digit showed a prime had been kept. Then the worker cleared the multiples of 2. Clearing meant placing a small pebble on each multiple or scoring a light line through it. 4, 6, 8, 10, and so on down the rows. Pebble click kept a soft rhythm. The hand paused at the end of each row and checked the last mark before moving down. After 2 came 3. The worker looked for digits that had not been cleared. 3 was open, so it gained a prime dot. Then the worker cleared multiples of 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, and so on. Many already carried pebbles from the first pass. The hand skipped those without lifting the voice or the pace. Counting under breath stayed low and even. At the end of the floor, the worker smoothed one smudge and checked the final line. 5 came next. The worker found 5 unmarked and set a dot. Multiples moved in a simple pattern. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Rows grew tidy as more entries received pebbles. A few steps took care of 7 in the same way. The room used a clear stop rule that saved time. When the current prime squared was larger than the top number, the sieve could stop. Any number still open was prime. The worker spoke this rule once and used it without strain. Students practiced the same routine in short cycles. One group wrote the table. Another group performed the passes for 2 and 3. A third group finished the later passes. A fourth group checked each row with a fresh view. Pebble click and faint counting kept a shared pace. No voice rose in the room. A lead clerk walked slowly along the benches and watched hands, not faces. If a mark went astray, the group cleared the line and set it again. The board then split into 2 tasks. The first task copied the list of primes to a wax tablet in one column. The second task counted how many primes appeared in each 10-number row. The counts lived at the right edge as small figures. They helped find mistakes later. If a row's count looked strange, the checker ran a finger across the line and matched each open number to the list. The prime column became the clean record. The table became the proof. Tools were modest and easy to keep true. Pebbles differed slightly in shade, so old pebbles and new pebbles were easy to tell apart. A thin cord held the rows straight and did not roll. The reed cut square gave steady digits, without frayed ends. The sponge wiped wax in a single pass. A cloth kept the board dry. Nothing took the eye from the numbers. The room cared for the pace and the surface, since both reduced errors. The method also taught division without long words. When a number was cleared as a multiple of 3, the hand could say, 3 times something makes this. When a number stayed open after passes for 2, 3, and 5, the hand could say, not divisible by those. The sense of divisors became visible without a speech. Students learned to predict which numbers would fall on the next pass. The routine trained memory and attention rather than speed. Anchors kept the lesson inside time and place. The school worked in Alexandria in the 3rd century BCE. Later summaries named this sieve with Eratosthenes. The room did not chase titles. It kept the practice and its order. A single line at the top of a lesson sheet read, "Prime finding by table and passes." A second line read, "Method uses small primes and a stop rule." The lesson stayed the same for many seasons and served new groups. Clerks who needed larger ranges used a repeat board. They set the top number higher and added more rows. When space ran out, they copied the last row to a fresh board with a join mark. A light circle with a dot signaled forward. A light circle with a line signaled back. The sieve moved across boards without change in steps. Checks followed the same pattern. The prime list at the end grew longer, while the motions stayed the same. Errors were easy to catch and easy to mend. If a multiple escaped a pass, the next pass often crossed it. If it still escaped, the row count at the edge called it out. The checker then placed a pebble where needed and adjusted the count. If a prime had been covered by mistake, the list copy exposed the loss. A sponge stroke lifted the mark, and the dot returned. The room treated slips like dust on a shelf. Notice, clear, continue. The sieve also helped other rooms. Weights and measures sometimes used factors for quick checks. A clerk who knew small primes could test a number set with fewer tries. Fractions on a board simplified more easily when a worker knew prime parts. Calendar notes that used cycles and repeats became clearer with clean factors. None of these uses needed long theory. They needed a steady list and a hand trained to watch patterns. The practice session closed with 2 short reviews. First, the class recited the stop rule. Stop when the current prime squared passes the top number. Second, the class recited the first primes in order up to a fixed bound. The voice stayed low and even. No praise words and no sharp calls entered the room. The board was wiped. Pebbles returned to the bowl. The wax list moved to a shelf with a small tag that named the date and range. Occasionally the room compared 2 ranges to see how primes spread. A wax sheet carried tallies for rows 1 to 100, then 101 to 200. The figures did not promise a rule. They gave a picture to the eye. Students copied the tallies into narrow columns and stood back. If a count looked unusual, the group rechecked the passes. The sieve remained the tool. The tallies stayed as quiet notes for later thought. For new groups, the room sometimes added a light aid. A faint dot marked the first column of even numbers. Another faint dot marked the first column of numbers that ended in 5. These dots reminded hands to expect pebbles. There once passes for 2 and 5 began. The extra dots did not replace the passes. They supported them at the start. After a few sessions, the room removed the dots and relied on the regular steps again. The method scaled simply when the board grew. Workers kept the same passes and the same order. 2, 3, 5 and 7 cleared most of the board. 11 and 13 cleaned what remained near the top. The stop rule did the rest. The copy list then moved to clay or papyrus as needed. The list for public use kept only the primes. The working table returned to storage or received a new top number. The cycle felt the same each time. Later summaries credit Eratosthenes with this sieve. The room kept a modest line to reflect that, method known by his name in later books. It left the line at that and focused on the routine. Names mattered less than repeatable steps. The board lay flat. The pebbles clicked. The counts rose in calm order. A student could leave the room and repeat the work at a kitchen board with 10 small stones. The result would match the school's list. Copying had its own order, like the passes. The scribe wrote the title, the range, and the date. Then the scribe wrote the primes in one column, with 10 per line. A narrow margin left room for later checks. If a correction came, the scribe added a small mark and a brief note. Row 3, number 63 cleared late. The list then moved to a basket with others from earlier weeks. A small clay tag named the hand that made it. The day returned to quiet tools. The reed was trimmed once and set to dry. The sponge was washed and left on a shallow dish. Pebbles were counted back into the bowl. The board was wiped to a smooth face with no grooves. The lamp burned low and the light stayed soft. No voice pressed the pace. No claim grew large. A table, pebbles, and a stop rule had revealed primes with steady, simple steps. Pebble click and faint counting returned to silence. A quiet room near the catalog held tall shelves and long tables. Wax boards lined one wall beside baskets of papyrus slips. A clerk raised his pen, paused, then touched the sheet again. Pen lift, short pause, and resumed copying set the rhythm. The work was review and record. Claims met checks. Numbers met margins. The aim was not dispute. It was careful use. Later readers would rely on what stayed after small tests. Review moved through simple channels in the 3rd century BCE. Letters carried short proofs and measures between rooms. Lecture summaries became rolls with headings and brief steps. Marginal notes stood beside a line and named a concern. Some remarks were firm and plain. Others spoke with a hedge, such as likely or about. Later excerpts preserved parts of these exchanges after the main books were lost. The pace stayed low, and even in all these forms. Colleagues looked closely at the circle value and the root data. They asked how far Alexandria stood from Cyrene in straight distance. They asked whether Cyrene sat on the same meridian as Alexandria. They noted that the sun never stood exactly overhead for many years. They checked if the well reports matched noon at solstice within a small angle. These points did not demand voices. They demanded tables, posts, and short dated notes. Hipparchus, active in the 2nd century BCE, appears in later citations. Scholars suggest that he read geography with a strict eye. He worked with chords, star heights, and careful solstice measures. Later writers report that he raised points about long spans east and west. He also preferred astronomical anchors where possible. His remarks reached readers through excerpts and summaries. The room copied those lines with his name in small script. The Earth's circumference number drew special attention in copies. Some later books preserved about 250,000 stadia. Others preserved about 252,000 stadia. The second total fits 700 stadia for each degree of a circle. That made teaching easier and map math fast. Reviewers noted both forms and the reasons beside them. One reason was round teaching values. Another reason was unit choice in different towns. The margin did not decide, it recorded. Critics also checked the noon angle plan at Alexandria. A gnomon stood straight when the ground allowed. Heat haze and wind could shift a line by a hair. Reviewers suggested repeating the reading for several days near solstice. They suggested averaging the angle and writing the spread. A column could hold those small spreads beside the main fraction. The practice did not change the method. It made the method steadier in new hands. Distance along the road raised another small flag. The caravan route bent with levees, wells, and sand. Reviewers separated road stadia from straight stadia where possible. A line at the page foot explained the difference once. A second line named which value entered the circle sum. When the straight distance was unknown, the road figure kept a cautious about. This habit helped later mapmakers see which links needed fresh work. Unit choice received a short, careful paragraph in many copies. Stadia varied by city, ruler, and task. Reviewers listed common values and set one for a given role. They avoided mixed units inside one chain of sums. When a second unit appeared in a source, a converter row sat between them. That row showed the step without long talk. Later readers could redo the step if they chose a different unit. The main columns stayed clean. Hipparchus, again in excerpts, likely checked longitudes with the moon. He used lunar eclipse times to compare east and west positions. A city that saw the eclipse earlier sat farther east. The count in hours became degrees by a simple step. Reviewers placed this method beside day run and road lists. They wrote the strengths of each approach in one line. Sky times helped long spans. Roads helped local fits. The grid could hold both without strain. Latitude entries drew frequent repair after new sky notes arrived. Day length at solstice gave latitude without travel. Star heights at ports gave the same. Reviewers moved a city's dot a small amount when two values agreed. They left a short mark that named the shelf and date. The change made no noise. It made the next copy clearer. The map hall and the review desk stayed in step through these small, steady moves. Some critiques spoke to edges of the known world. Reports near India carried long numbers with few checks. Reports near the ocean west of the strait did the same. Excerpts suggest that colleagues advised restraint there. They marked spans as doubtful or awaits report. They asked for ships to count day runs again. They asked for road posts to be measured a second time. The grid held the space for future lines and did not push farther. Names appeared with care in the margins. One line read, "Said in Strabo from Eratosthenes," preserved in later copies. Another read, "Hipparchus writes against part of this in his own book." Cleomedes later described the shadow method at length. Pliny listed many measures in short notes. The review desk copied these citations in even script. It did not rank them in harsh terms. It set them under clear headings and dates. The tone stayed practical even when words were sharp. A note could call a span excessive or a route unlikely. The page did not copy harsh comments. It copied the data that led to the remark. It also copied any better figure supplied with the remark. The rest of the sheet held the method steps again. Pen lift, short pause, and resumed copying kept the page neutral. Readers saw numbers, not heat. Testing lived in routines anyone could repeat. Re-measure the noon shadow with the same gnomon height. Recount road posts between two towns in a different season. Copy an eclipse time from two cities and compare the hours. Recompute the degree length from the chosen circumference. Each routine fit on one line with one result. If two results differed by little, The page wrote both and used the rounded mean. The board preferred steady agreement over clever words. The review also covered the sieve of primes. Colleagues liked the stop rule and the clean table. They suggested writing row counts at the edge as a check. They suggested placing small dots in predictable columns at first. After a few sessions, they removed the aids. The method itself stayed the same. It spread because any clerk could learn it and teach it. What mattered was a clear range, a calm hand, and time. Geography and numbers shared one habit after review. Both used short rules you could state in one breath. Both kept units and headings fixed. Both used hedges where needed and moved on. When a better figure arrived, the old one did not hide. It moved to the margin with a date and a shelf mark. The main row took the new figure and kept the method step. Readers could see the history without losing the present. The library helped this process by keeping tools close. Copyists shared straight edges, gnomons, abaci, and balances. Scales and cords had marks burned in for quick checks. Pens were trimmed often to avoid thick strokes. Scribal hands stayed even through long hours. When a point required care, a pen lifted. A short pause held the note in thought. Then the pen touched down again. The pace never spiked. It never sagged into blur. Later generations met these reviews in fragments. A leaf held 3 lines from a longer attack or defense, a scullion in a margin named an alternate number. A paraphrase shortened a chain of steps. The review desk treated fragments like any data. It wrote the claim, the source, and the date. It placed the figure where it fit and marked its weight. The result was not a crowd of voices. It was a file with levels and links. Some refinements became standard because they saved effort. Setting each degree to 700 stadia made new maps quick to draw. Using Rhodes or Alexandria as a main meridian eased sea lists. Keeping fixed parallels for climates helped farm notes and port rules. These practices did not erase earlier forms. They sat beside them with clear tags. A clerk could pick one path and finish a task without first copying 20 pages. Care met limits, too. Reviewers wrote where causes were still unclear. Monsoon timing and far seas stood in that list. River mouths that moved on low coasts stood there as well. The page did not chase reasons beyond reach. It named patterns and dates. It prepared rows for more entries. It left space. Other rooms could add rows when news arrived. This habit kept the work open and reduced later scraping and overwriting. The day's session often ended with 2 brief acts. A reviewer read the new numbers aloud in calm voice. A copyist traced the final line and lifted the pen. The sheet took a small seal at the corner. The roll slid into a basket by topic and date. The master copy stayed on a shelf near the door. Pen lift, short pause, and resumed copying ended the round. The room stayed quiet, except for one light scratch as a reed found its rest again. A long room near the great stacks in Alexandria opened to cool air. High windows gave broad light across benches and baskets. Papyrus rustle set the first sound. Soft sandal slide marked the first steps. Month boards hung on pegs by the door. Each board carried columns for date, borrower, shelf mark, and return. A clerk lifted a pen, touched black ink to a thin brush, and wrote today's heading. The goal was simple: receive, list, lend, and return without confusion. Catalog work began with new rolls from nearby rooms. A basket held them with cords tied loose around the middles. A table kept paste, weights, and a small knife. Ends were trimmed square to clear frayed fibers. A thin wheat paste sealed edges that needed help. The roll rested under a flat weight while a checker read the title strip. Notes at the end of a roll, the colophon, confirmed author and line of copy. Papyrus rustled in short, even strips. Titles were set to one form for the catalog. If two rolls named the same work with small differences, the desk chose one title and added a brief note. Later copies could use the same choice. When two rolls seemed alike but not the same, the desk added second copy with a shelf mark. If a title lacked an author, the desk wrote unknown and cited the shelf. Nothing here needed debate. The shelf would hold the roll, the board would hold the words. Small tags identified each roll for quick lending. A tag was a narrow slip on a string tied near one end. It carried author, short title, and shelf mark. Some tags were clay shards with ink, ostrakhan, a potsherd used as a label. Others were plain papyrus. Month color marks sat at the edge, one hue per month. A clerk checked knots, dried the ink with a dusting of sand, and hung finished tags on a rod. Tags made hands fast and records clear. The catalog lived on tall boards, called lists. Pinocs, large catalog boards. Boards grouped authors by subject and language. Each entry carried an author's name, work title, and first line. A shelf mark followed in small script. A straight edge kept lines even, and a chord set equal spaces. When a new work entered, the clerk found its subject row and added the line. If a row filled, a new board took the next sequence and gained a peg. Shelves held baskets and pigeonholes in regular runs. Rolls sat horizontal in pairs with tags outward. Marks on uprights named rows and bays. Subject signs stood at head ends. Mathematics, geography, medicine, poetry, and other sets. A narrow stool waited near each run. A porter moved with soft sandal slide, reading tags without a word. Morning lending often drew from geography and mathematics. The room kept a slow pace. Serious work favored slow pace. Lending used slips that matched the month board. A reader wrote name, room, and shelf mark on a small slip. The desk copied the same on the board, then tied the slip to a peg. A porter fetched the roll, checked the tag against the slip, and set the roll on a tray. The desk stamped a light seal across the tag with colored wax. The time mark entered the board in short figures. No loud signals were needed. The board carried the state. Reading rooms nearby kept low light and clean benches. A thin cloth protected papyrus from grit. A small weight held a roll end while a line was copied. Ink dried with a light dusting of sand. When a sheet was done, a sponge cleared the board. A reader who needed a second roll sent a runner with a slip. The desk added one line to the month board and tied a second peg. The chain of custody was visible at a glance. Returns moved through the same desk. A porter lifted a tray, and the clerk read the tag. The seal showed if the roll had left the building. A simple press broke the wax. The clerk checked edges, counted sheets by folds, and glanced at the colophon. If a tear appeared, paste and a weight fixed it. If the roll needed more work, a repair tag followed it to the bench. The month board gained the return time and a short note, if needed. Copying ran in a room set apart to guard against dust. A reader's exemplar lay on a sloped board. A copyist wrote in steady hands with a reed-trimmed square. Columns stayed narrow to avoid strain. Names and numbers entered in larger script for clarity. A checker read aloud at low volume to a partner. When sheets finished, paste joined them, and a rod, umbilicus, the wooden core, was fitted. End caps protected edges. The tag waited for dry paste. Midday brought light checks by section. Clerks counted open loans by subject and matched pegs to board lines. Two porters walked the main stacks to test cords and tags. A small jar of cedar oil scented one bench. The scent discouraged insects. Shutters opened and closed to keep even air. A humidity board showed marks for wet and dry days. The mark sat near the middle today. No shelf moved. The room held steady air and steady steps. Harbor work reached the desk through a small rule. Later stories suggest a harbor office borrowed incoming rolls for quick copies. If true, a runner likely carried a docket to the catalog desk. The docket named ship, owner, title, and date. A clerk wrote these on the month board, then on a narrow strip tied to the roll. After copying, the original returned to the ship, and a clean copy entered the stacks. The board kept the exchange plain and dated. Month boards held the life of the room in columns. Each day ran down the page with entries for each loan. At month's end, clerks wrapped the board in a linen cover and labeled the spine. Old boards moved to a shelf by year and month. A short index listed topic tallies: geography loans, mathematics loans, poetry loans. These numbers did not argue about quality. They planned rooms and benches. They showed how the day had gone. Repairs filled quiet pockets of time. Paste was mixed in small lots to stay fresh. Reeds were trimmed and dried at the window. Labels faded by sun were rewritten in darker ink. Loose cords were replaced. Baskets were brushed clean. If a rod split, a new rod took its place. The repair bench recorded each change on a slip. The slip moved to the month board with a short entry. The roll returned to its shelf and tag. Afternoons brought returns from the map hall and the review desk. Geography rolls came back with thin slips noting page numbers. The desk compared slips with board lines and filed both. Mathematics rolls returned with clean edges and steady script. If a roll ran late, a porter followed the slip to the room and waited. No reproach sat in the rule. The loan needed to close, and the board needed a line. The porter returned with the tray and a nod. Late checks balanced numbers before shelves closed. Clerks counted loans still open and wrote a short total. Baskets on the waiting table were cleared or moved to repair. The ink pot was capped. The pen lay flat. Porters did a last walk along the runs, reading tags row by row. A stray roll found a place again by shelf mark. Month boards showed a neat block of entries. Papyrus rustle slowed. Soft sandal slide faded in the long room. Evening light crossed the boards at a low angle. The clerk hung the month board back on its peg. A second board for repairs took the lower peg. Seals cooled in their small dish by the stamp. Keys turned in quiet order at the doors between rooms. The great stacks held rows of baskets and rods at rest. The catalog waited on its pegs with straight lines and small script. Low air moved across the tags and left them dry and ready for morning. A schoolroom opened onto a small court inside the library quarter. Windows faced north and kept a mild, even light. Low benches held wax tablets, reed pens, and short cords with knots. Two gnomons stood in sand outside, each with a square base. A water clock, clepsydra, a pot that dripped at a set rate, sat on a stone. The sound bed was simple, a low chorus of numbers and a soft lamp wick hiss. Third-century drill filled the hours with careful series. The plan for the day stayed in 3 parts. First, students copied lists in clear columns. Second, students set gnomons and read shadows without haste. Third, students learned to read units and convert between them. A month board near the door named the sequence, the leader, and the tools. Tasks moved in short cycles, so hands did not tire. The aim was steady memory, not quick display. Steps were repeated until they felt plain. A gnomon was defined once for all, a vertical stick used to measure a shadow. The class used wooden shafts with a metal tip and a square base. The base carried 4 small feet so sand could pass and settle. A plumb line hung from the top to check vertical. A cord with marks checked height along the shaft. A level board sat beneath the feet to help the ground stay true. The kit fit into a basket and was easy to carry. Setup formed its own drill. Students placed the board on firm sand and pressed lightly. Feet sat at board corners. The plumb line swung, then settled against a thin notch. If it drifted, a foot was adjusted by 1 grain's height. The height of the gnomon was read with the marked cord and written on a wax tablet. A small circle was drawn around the base to keep feet from sliding. No more words were needed. The stick now stood ready. Shadow reading used plain steps and round figures. Students watched the shadow tip move across the sand toward noon. Small marks showed the tip path at fixed intervals. The shortest mark near true noon was kept. Distance from shaft to tip was measured with the knotted cord. The ratio of shadow length to gnomon height was written. A table on the tablet turned the ratio into an angle. The angle gave latitude when combined with the solstice date. Hedges appeared when needed. Timing did not rely on guesswork. The water clock kept a slow, even count. Marks on the jar named equal spans. A student filled the jar to the top line. Drops fell into a bowl with a soft patter. When the midline reached air, another student called the mark for the tablet. The class preferred near solstice days for the noon check. If clouds came, students wrote "about" on the line. 2 readings on different days were averaged for a cleaner figure. Inside the room, units gained careful attention. A stadion, a length unit used for distance, appeared first. The class learned that different towns use different stadion lengths. A short list named common values on 1 sheet. For drills, the school chose 1 standard and kept it all day. A cubit, a forearm-length unit, appeared next, then a finger, then a palm. A simple table turned cubits into fingers and back. The table avoided long talk by showing steps. Counting boards trained basic sums before unit work began. Grooves ran from left to right in 10 neat rows. Pebbles sat in a bowl and moved with a soft click. One groove held ones, the next tens, and so on. Students added and subtracted with slow hands and cross-checked by a reverse step. Multiplication in early drills meant repeated addition at an even pace. Division meant grouping pebbles again into equal parts. No voice rose above a calm murmur of numbers. Copying formed the spine of memory. Students copied prime lists, sign lists, and short-angle tables. Columns stayed narrow to keep eyes from jumping. A wide margin accepted small notes, date, tool, and place of reading. Names and numbers were written in plain script without curls. If a line strayed, a damp sponge passed once and left a clean face. Each sheet ended with a brief colophon naming the hand and the hour. Baskets took finished work to the shelf. Practice sets linked objects, places, and sums. 1 sheet showed a city name, a gnomon height, and a noon ratio. Another sheet paired a road's length in stadia with a convert line into cubits. A 3rd sheet showed a list of degrees and the matching number of stadia if each degree held 700 stadia. These sets were not debates, they were drill. The aim was a habit of reading 1 figure and writing the next figure without pause. The school preferred round checks that were easy to see. If a gnomon height doubled, the shadow length doubled for the same sun height. If 2 ratio lines could not match that rule, a student checked the chord marks again. If a distance in stadia seemed high, The class read the unit line at the top and confirmed the chosen stadion. If a figure came from a story rather than a measure, the sheet wrote "reported" before the line. These tags kept weight visible. Outdoors, the court offered a second station for paired work. One team set the gnomon and handled the plumb line. Another team handled the cord and wrote on the tablet. A third team ran the water clock and called the lines. Heat rose from the ground, but shutters on two sides held a narrow shade. The stick did not lean. The cord did not stretch. The class repeated the same setup 3 times and recorded the small spread between readings. Angle tables were read with the same discipline. A board carried ratios in one column and angles in another. The top named the method once and did not change. The board showed only the values used in class. Students learned to step from ratio to angle and then to degrees across a full circle. Every third line bore a dot for quick finding. If a ratio fell between 2 lines, students took the nearer one. A note named the difference. Conversion sheets lived beside the angle board. One column showed stadia. A second showed miles in a later copy where needed. A third showed cubits for short measures. The sheet began with a rule. Change units only once per chain. If a figure came in cubits and had to end in stadia, the chain moved cubits to stadia and stopped. Side notes thanked later writers for clear chains and warned against mixing systems. The result was clean lines without loops. In the afternoon, students rotated to the catalog for applied practice. A roll from geography named a road between 2 towns. The class found the unit system used in the text and wrote it on a slip. A student copied the figures to a wax board and turned them into the day's standard stadia. Another student carried the board back to the room. The group checked conversion lines and placed the final number in a range. The slip then joined the roll with a tag. A short series drill closed each block. Students counted by 2s, 5s, and 10s to a fixed bound. Then they counted backward by the same steps. The chorus stayed low and even. A checker listened for missteps and marked a dot in the margin. The point of the dot was not blame. It was a small guide for the next round. Dots faded as hands learned the rhythm of simple series. The lamp wick hissed in the corner with a soft, steady line. Error handling never left the room. If a gnomon station showed a wide spread, students checked the level and the plumb line first. If the water clock fell dry too soon, a student read the jar mark and added water to the line. If a conversion table produced a figure that did not match the map scale, the unit line at the top was checked again. Corrections were written in the margin, with a date and a brief note. Old figures were crossed once, not scratched out. Storage followed clear order so work could be found again. Finished tablets went into baskets by topic and week. Each basket held a clay tag with date, leader, and range. Angle boards leaned on a shelf with their titles facing out. Gnomons returned to their pegs with cords wrapped and knots aligned. Water clocks were emptied, rinsed, and left upside down on their stones. Reeds were trimmed square and set to dry. Nothing crowded the floor. Instruction used fixed phrases that fit in one breath. Check level, then plumb. Read height before shadow. Write unit at the top. Convert once, then stop. Average near days. Students repeated these lines at a slow pace. The voice in the room remained calm and even. If a visitor entered, the line of sound did not break. The work could be learned by reading the sheets alone, but the spoken rhythm helped hands stay steady. Names and dates anchored the space without taking over the page. Sheets wrote Alexandria, 3rd century BCE on the first line. A second line named the shelf for the map, or treatise used in practice. When a method came from an earlier writer, the sheet named that writer once. When a refinement came from a later writer, the sheet named that writer once. The class cared for method and tools first, then for names that helped find the sources. Review of memory stayed short and regular. Students recited the first primes to a set bound. Students recited the stop rule for the sieve. Students recited the noon steps for the gnomon. Students recited the conversion rule in one line. The chorus stayed low. The wick hiss held the room. If a line was missed, the group repeated it once and moved on. Repetition was a path, not a test. The goal was steady use without strain. On some days, the court hosted a long shadow exercise. Students measured late afternoon shadow ratios and compared them with morning ratios on a matching date. A small difference showed the ground's tilt or the stick's lean. The board asked for a note beside such pairs. When the difference remained, the station moved 2 steps and tried again. These quiet checks helped later sums fit better on maps. No chart was redrawn in haste. Map reading used simple guides. A straight line marked a meridian through Alexandria. Parallel lines marked degrees north and south. Students placed a dot for a city using the noon angle and a known difference from Alexandria. The dot stayed small and plain. If 2 reports gave 2 latitudes, both dots were drawn and dated. A narrow mark joined them. The sheet wrote, "Awaits more reports," below the mark. The page stayed useful and unforced. Late in the day, the room returned to lists. Students copied fresh tallies from the court into clean columns. A checker compared columns with the earlier sheets. If a figure changed, the margin wrote, "New value, average below." The average line used round numbers. The class dropped extra digits that did not help placement. The aim was a number that would not shift in the next copy for a small reason. Sleepy readers later would appreciate that choice. The lamp wick shortened, but the hiss stayed level. The chorus of numbers thinned to a few low lines. Gnomons stood clean, cords wound, and feet brushed free of sand. Water clocks dried with their mouths downward on stone. Boards leaned neat against the wall with headings clear to the eye. Baskets weighted with tags faced outward. The month board near the door showed rows in order for the next drill. Light rested on the floor in long bands, and the room held its quiet tools. A calm routine settled in Alexandria around 200 to 194 BCE. The house stood near familiar streets and not far from the harbor wind. Rooms faced north to keep a mild light through most hours. Floors stayed cool under woven mats. Shutters narrowed the sun at midday. A folded cloth hung over the brightest opening to soften glare. The table held a few instruments and wide script copies. Work still began early, though sessions were shorter and simpler. Light management guided most choices inside the rooms. Shutters rested at half angle to reduce sharp edges on letters. A pale cloth filtered the window where the sun turned hard. The lamp wick burned low to avoid flare against polished surfaces. The table's finish was matte and showed no bright spots. A bowl of water stood nearby for hands and reeds. Eyes followed broader lines rather than small script. The space felt restful and even. Sources say the eyesight declined during these years. Later summaries describe slow reading and more frequent pauses. Pens were cut thicker, so letters stayed clear at normal distance. Copyists wrote headings in larger script and left wide margins. Assistants moved rolls closer and turned sheets with a steady pace. He likely chose high-contrast ink on pale, clean papyrus. Tasks that required very fine marks passed to trained helpers. the room remained orderly. Duties changed by simple steps rather than sudden breaks. A younger scholar took charge of daily lending and returns. Another oversaw month boards and the repair shelf. A third managed incoming summaries from travelers and pilots. The house received brief reports instead of full rolls. Notes arrived with seals and short headings. A clerk read each one and entered a date on a narrow strip. Decisions moved through these strips without haste. Teaching continued, but sessions grew smaller and slower. Students met in short blocks with clear targets. The first block reviewed unit rules and clean conversions. The second read a Gnomon table and checked a pair of ratios. The third copied a map grid with thick degree marks. The instructor sat near the softest light and used large boards. Assistants carried materials to benches and adjusted the angle. The pace suited careful eyes and patient hands. Correspondence reached the house in regular bundles. A desk received letters, opened seals, and sorted by subject. Geography went to one basket, mathematics to another, history to a third. A scribe made clean abstracts on narrow slips. Each abstract named the source, date, and key figure. The house kept the slip and returned the roll to the library. Replies used fixed forms with short, clear lines. The pen lifted, paused, and moved again. Maps stayed on the table in plain, large view. Lines for latitude were thick and evenly spaced. A simple meridian line crossed the page through Alexandria. Assistants inked coast outlines, then dried them flat. The instructor traced major lines with one finger to check placement. If two reports differed a little, both dots appeared and gained dates. A quiet note named which dot guided later copies. The method stayed visible at every step. Walking practice served the body and the schedule. Morning steps circled the small court before heat rose. Stone underfoot stayed cool until the sun cleared the wall. A helper paced beside, counting quietly to a set bound. After walking, the room welcomed a short rest. A folded cloth returned to the window to keep the light low. A cup of water sat on the table edge. The day moved with care and without rush. The library still welcomed short visits when air felt kind. A litter was not needed. Steady arms and measured steps sufficed. Porters cleared a path along main aisles during quiet hours. Month boards near the desk showed loans and repairs in even columns. Suggestions were brief and practical, such as a new tag color or a clearer shelf mark. The visit ended before strain returned. The stacks held their pace, and the house regained shade. Reading required more assistance as years advanced. A clerk read abstracts aloud in a soft, even voice. Headings came first, followed by the clean figure in its unit. The response was brief, sometimes a nod, sometimes a short phrase. A mark on the margin recorded the choice. If a figure needed checking, a slip bore the word review and a date. Findings returned the next day in 2 or 3 lines. The circle of tasks stayed calm. Staffing shifted gently at the library itself. Records suggest a younger head took daily charge of the stacks. The older scholar kept an advisory role that matched the hour. He saw lists before adoption and methods before posting. Meetings were short and held in cool rooms. The younger head signed month boards and sealed the day's loans. The house received one roll only when necessary. Most matters settled through clear notes and tags. Public memories gathered in small forms suited to tired eyes. A clerk prepared wide script copies of key ideas. One sheet set the noon shadow plan in 7 clean steps. A second sheet summarized latitude checks by day length. A third showed the simple sieve table up to a comfortable bound. The sheets lived in a flat basket by the window. Students and helpers used them when questions rose. The documents spared strain and kept work accurate. Later accounts mention final years with little movement outside. Sight likely fell further and made reading hard. Work narrowed to selection and guidance. He pointed to larger headings and let others carry out the details. Meals were plain and taken early. Rest followed the warmest hour. The cloth stayed across the bright window. Rooms favored cross breeze through shaded shutters. The house remained quiet except for page turns and distant street sound. Reports by later writers say death came around 194 BCE. Some sources add that blindness preceded the end by a short span. One tradition claims he chose not to eat when sight was lost. The documentary record is thin, and details may vary by source. This chapter notes the claims briefly and without emphasis. The narrative returns to ordinary objects and the slow order of work. The method and its papers outlasted a single pair of eyes. After the end of direct work, the house still held sheets and boards. Helpers cataloged the wide script copies and placed tags for later use. The library absorbed the maps and tables into subject runs. Month boards noted transfers by date and topic. Students kept drills alive in the school court and rooms. Gnomons remained straight. Ratios moved to angles and then to places. Measures crossed units in one clean step and then stopped. Travelers continued to report from roads and coasts. Abstracts named angles, distances, and day runs with calm figures. The library compared them against old rows and small dots. When numbers agreed within a narrow spread, a map line accepted the weight. When numbers differed, 2 dots stayed on the sheet with dates. The board asked for one more report, then rested. The routine did not hurry. It kept the grid ready for future hands. In teaching halls, the sieve stayed in use for first lessons. Pebbles clicked along the counting board with even sound. Stops arrived at predictable places in each pass. Students copied a clean set of primes and wrote the stop rule once. The page carried a date, a shelf line, and a signature. The next day repeated the range and the rule. The habit spread without strain. The school valued simple forms that survived many copies. Sea rooms near the delta also used the climate zones and winds. Sailcloth rustled in doorways hung to dry. A painted card showed the 5 zones with short notes. Wind names stood in a ring for quick pointing. Pilots and clerks compared notes and adjusted day runs. A slip recorded changes to seasonal expectations. These sheets returned to the library for neat copying. The circle between coast and shelves stayed firm and quiet. Years after the house fell silent, the wider order still held. Students knew where to find the noon steps on the shelf. Geography rooms placed dots with care inside their grids. Catalog boards carried clean lines and steady script. Month boards told the story of a day in short columns. The measure of Earth remained close to the old value. Differences were small and expected. The grid left room for more news from roads and coasts. The quiet house in Alexandria stood with simple furnishings. Mats kept the floor gentle underfoot. The table held instruments arranged by size and use. A folded cloth remained at the brightest window. A small weight pressed a copy flat while ink dried. The lamp waited for cooler hour work, with a short wick, trimmed clean. The air moved slowly through the shutters. Papers rested where hands could reach them without hurry. Roman-era study rooms kept a plain order. Low shelves held rolls and simple tools. A small hall carried a measured voice. A reader spoke in steady lines while a clerk checked numbers. Dry page turns marked each new section. Lamps burned low to protect eyes. Windows faced north to avoid glare. Copies grew from older copies, one line at a time. The aim stayed the same. A clean outline of method that others could use. Summaries gathered the core steps and left out strain. A note named the noon of the longest day. Another note named a shadow and its angle. A third note named a distance along a road or a meridian. Together they formed a short chain from local facts to a whole. Later writers used calm hedges when memory grew thin. Phrases like "it is said" and "likely" kept claims modest. The chain held because the steps stayed clear. A number near 250,000 stadia appeared again. The stadian, a length unit used for distance, was defined at the start. A second line named a common value for easy checks. Some later pages used 252,000 stadia to fit neat parts per degree. Margins showed small notes on units. When a town used a longer stadion, a scribe marked it once. Conversions were shown in one step and then stopped. The habit kept copies plain. Copy rooms worked with slow care. One reader spoke headings and clean figures. A second reader watched a model roll. A writer set ink to pale papyrus and kept columns narrow. Lines broke at unit marks to avoid mistakes. If a slip appeared, a damp sponge cleared the line. A small seal marked a finished page. Baskets took sheets to shelves with clear tags. The process looked simple and stayed simple on purpose. Teaching halls restated the outline without drama. A gnomon, a vertical stick used to measure a shadow, stood in a court. A cord marked equal lengths along the ground. A board showed angle tables with round numbers. The routine followed old steps. Place the gnomon, read noon, write the ratio, read the angle, check the day, and link the angle to distance. Hands repeated the chain many times. The method needed only common tools and patient work. Some later writers proposed a different total. Reports linked a line from Rhodes to Alexandria with a new angle. The figure near 180,000 stadia appeared in those pages. Scribes copied both totals with short notes. One line read from the older method. The next line read from the Rhodes check. The pages did not argue. They kept both values ready for later trials. Teachers showed both in the same table for ease. A geographer in the Roman era wrote large books that kept the method near the front. He explained noon, shadow, and circle in plain terms. He named the older number and the new figure, and warned about unit drift. He placed cities on a simple grid and moved north and south in degrees. He cited older writers with care and short quotes. The measured voice in the hall matched this tone. The work read like a long, even walk. A compiler of natural facts wrote a wide survey in Latin. He listed Earth's size among other measures, rivers, mountains, and coasts. He named the 3rd century number in round form. He used short sentences and fixed units. Later readers met the number in that language first. Clerks carried those lines to schools outside Alexandria. Tables in those places showed the same chain, now in Latin script. Dry page turns linked rooms across a sea. A clear school text on the sky also kept the steps. It described the earth as a sphere and set out the noon plan. It showed a gnomon, a shadow, and the angle at the stick. It joined that angle to a part of the circle. It named a distance along a meridian and scaled up to a full round. It warned that different stadia existed and asked for care. The text did not flare. It taught by slow, steady lines. Map makers used the grid with even lines. Straight bands across the page marked degrees of latitude. A main line near Alexandria kept place for checks. Coast outlines were set in clean strokes. Dots marked cities with short names. When reports differed, both dots appeared with dates. A gentle note named which dot guided later sheets. Maps copied maps, but the grid kept drift small. The grid lived because the method was stable. Libraries changed, but kept lists of lists. Scrolls sat beside early codices with sewn spines. Tags bore shelf marks in Greek and Latin. Index sheets listed authors, titles, and subjects. A line beside each item named a unit set used within. When a roll moved to a codex, the list gained a star. When a figure moved from an older number to the newer figure, the list wrote a brief reason. The tools kept people from losing the trail. Road books and sea books fed figures back into rooms. Road books set milestones and day runs in calm totals. Sea books named ports, winds, and safe distances between points. Some entries added latitude lines from noon shadows. Later rooms compared these notes with older tables. If a small change looked steady, a map dot moved a little. When changes disagreed, the earlier dot stayed, and a note asked for more reports. Pace remained slow. Copy errors appeared and were handled in routine ways. A scribe might write a unit twice or shift one line. A checker read out numbers and stopped at odd jumps. The margin wrote uncertain and added the source again. Another copyist compared the sheet with the model and the index list. When a fix was clear, a new line replaced the old one. When a fix was not clear, both lines stayed. The goal was care, not speed. Schools beyond Alexandria kept simple tools ready. Counting boards with grooves handled sums. Pebbles clicked at even rates during drills. Gnomons stood by walls that cast soft shade. Water clocks ticked at slow, even drops. Children learned the noon chain and the unit rule that banned long conversion loops. They named older authorities by title and page. They learned to use clean, round numbers when fine detail did not help. The tone stayed gentle. Some works were lost. Others survived only in quotes. Later pages said, "He measured and gave a round total." A few fragments kept a method line or a unit choice. The gaps did not end the chain. The outline fit on a leaf. Tools could be built in a morning. A small team could confirm a line in a single season. Mornings with clear sun remained enough. The method's parts fit together without strain. New rooms sometimes used the roads-based total for Earth. Other rooms kept the older total. Harbor offices often chose the figure that matched their route tables. Teaching halls often showed both on the same board. The contrast did not grow sharp. The grid still worked with either scale, though one map stretched more than another. Notes in the margin named the chosen scale at the top. Later copyists kept that habit in place. In provincial towns, a small hall hosted readings. A chair faced a short table. A clerk placed a codex open to the chapter on Earth's size. The measured voice read 2 steady paragraphs. A student traced a gnomon on a board and wrote a simple ratio. Pebbles moved in a groove to count stadia up to a degree. The teacher checked each step and nodded. Dry page turns marked the move to winds and zones. The session ended without rush. Across 3 centuries, the outline traveled with the language. Greek terms met Latin terms on the same page. A parenthesis defined a unit once. The line then used the short form. When a translator met a rare word, the margin gave a plain swap. Readers could follow the chain without many stops. The same calm care that measured sunlight also shaped sentences. The page looked ordinary, and that was its strength. Workrooms kept a few set phrases near the front. Place the stick true, read the shortest noon shadow, write the unit at the top. Convert once, then stop. Use round checks when tired. These lines were said aloud in a low voice. Students repeated them. Scribes wrote them at the edges of tables. The phrases made a method portable and safe from noise. They were easier to keep than long speeches. When new star tables appeared, map grids grew steadier. Makers set long lists of bright stars to help ships and calendars. Latitude dots moved only a little with these checks. Longitude stayed harder and often waited on long trips or reports of eclipses. Even then, the old noon chain kept value. It was cheap to use and easy to teach. It set the frame. Other measures then fit inside the frame with less effort. Roman offices that tallied grain and pay also liked round checks. Inspectors stood by markers and read day runs. Clerks wrote in large figures that anyone could follow. Some reports added a noon angle where work stopped. Those lines joined map tables back in town. The habit of simple, visible steps spread between tasks. The same tools helped plan routes, set taxes, and write histories of land and sea. The tone stayed factual and calm. In time, codices replaced many roles. The method moved onto pages that opened flat. A diagram of gnomon and shadow fit on one leaf. The angle table fit on another leaf across from it. The reader's hand rested on the margin to hold place. Page numbers made it easy to cite. A dry page turn took the reader from numbers to a short list of sources. Names and figures traveled together in close ranks. Scribes kept a last layer of order, a catalog of catalogs. It named which halls used which tables. It named who checked which maps. It named the date of the last copy. The catalog did not praise, it listed. When a town asked for a set, a runner found the right shelf. The packet contained the noon sheet, the angle table, the unit page, and a sample map. A seal closed the packet. The hall's measured voice returned to other lines. 3rd century Alexandria moved at a calm pace near the sea. A workroom faced north, where light stayed mild through the day. The table held plain tools and clean sheets. Outside, harbor murmur rose and fell without hurry. Inside, a lamp edge dimmed to save the eyes. Eratosthenes asked a small, clear question. How large was the world, measured with common things? He did not need rare metal or complex gear. He used a straight stick, a shadow, a path, and time. The stick was a gnomon, set truly upright on level ground. At noon on the longest day, the sun stood highest in the sky. Reports said that, at Syene in Upper Egypt, a deep well showed sunlight on its floor. That meant the sun stood near overhead there at that moment. In Alexandria on the same day, a small shadow still remained. The shadow made a measurable angle at the foot of the stick. That angle became the first fixed part. He next needed the distance between the two places. Roads linked Alexandria to Syene across settled land and desert edges. Surveyors and couriers had paced those roads for years. Their tallies used the stadion, a common length used for distance. Later summaries say the road length was about 5,000 stadia. Runners, caravan leaders, and road markers likely agreed within a narrow spread. The number was round, handy, and used across many tallies. It served the calculation well. At noon, he measured the angle of the Alexandria shadow. The result sat near 1/50th of a full turn. If that small angle marked the slice of earth between the two towns, then 50 such slices made a circle. 50 times the road length gave the full round of earth. The product was about 250,000 stadia. Some later pages used 252,000 to match 60 parts per degree. Both kept the same order of size. Stadia differed by region, so later readers asked for a modern sense. If one stadion was close to 150, to 180 meters. Then 250,000 stadia came near 40,000 kilometers once. Then we drop it. The key point was not the exact modern number. The key point was the clear chain from a local angle and a known distance to a full round. Each step sat on plain tools and repeatable acts. The chain rested on modest, stated ideas. The two towns lay near the same north-south line. The angle was taken at true noon on the same solstice day. The road length represented a meridian distance rather than a twisted path. Some small errors likely canceled, others remained small. None of them broke the order of size. The method did not ask for perfection. It asked for consistency, careful setup, and clear recording of units and time. Tools stayed few and easy to keep. The gnomon stood straight by the help of plumb lines. A cord marked equal steps on the ground. A rule or simple quadrant helped read the angle at the base. A water clock or careful sun watch set the noon moment. A board and reed marked figures in neat columns. A clerk wrote the unit at the top of the page. The sense in the room was tidy, patient, and unforced. The steps fit on one leaf that an assistant could carry. Place the gnomon, ensure level, and note the date. Read the smallest noon shadow and mark the angle. Copy the road tally and its unit clearly. Form the fraction of the circle from the angle. Scale the distance by that fraction to reach a full round. Write the result with the same unit you began with. Check sums with round figures before filing the sheet. The order made sense to many hands. Copy rooms in Alexandria prepared clean versions for teaching. Wide script helped younger eyes. A figure showed the stick, the shadow, and the angle at the base. A short table listed angles and simple parts of a circle. The page carried a reminder to convert units only once, and then stop. Another sheet showed the road line between Alexandria and Cyrene. It named the measured length in stadia with a date and a source. The rest was calm arithmetic. Map rooms made use of the number without strain. A grid of latitude lines crossed the known world in even steps. Alexandria sat on one of those lines as a reference. Coasts and rivers fit inside that frame with slow care. The size of Earth gave the correct scale to the grid. Pilots and overland guides used the scale when planning day runs. A dot for Cyrene sat south of Alexandria by the right space in degrees. The board looked clear and stable. Later halls in Roman times kept the outline with steady voices. Readers spoke the method in Greek and Latin. Writers set the same figures on fresh papyrus and later on pages with sewn spines. Some texts mentioned the two totals that circulated. One total came from the noon plan linking Alexandria and Cyrene. Another came from a Rhodes-based check. Both stayed on the same table, marked by source and unit. Teachers explained why both could be kept without trouble. The method's strength was not a single perfect number. Its strength was the path from measurement to world size. Any town with open sky could repeat the angle step. Any authority with road books or sea books could set the distance. The calculation needed no rare skill beyond careful reading and simple geometry. This made the result portable across languages and offices. It also made checking easy when a new report arrived from the road. Eratosthenes also shaped frames for maps, winds, and zones. The size of Earth made those frames more than guesswork. 5 climate zones sat on the sphere at stable bands. Named winds helped ships and coast routes. A standard scale tied these ideas together on sheets and boards. When someone moved a dot or a line, the change could be tested against the frame. The work did not depend on mood. It depended on measures anyone could learn. The library that supported the work followed similar rules. Catalog boards listed subjects, shelves, and forms. Month boards tracked loans and returns in short, clear lines. Repair shelves held damaged rolls beside dated tags. A small note on each item named the unit system used inside. These quiet details made later use smooth. A student could find the noon sheet and the unit page in minutes. A clerk could copy a map frame without delay. In simple rooms beyond Alexandria, students kept the practice alive. A courtyard held a level patch for the gnomon. A counting board with grooves carried sums with pebbles. A water bowl helped judge the steady noon silence. The teacher spoke each step in plain words. Students wrote the figures and checked them with round estimates. They learned to name assumptions without noise. When the page was clean, it went to a basket for copying. The calculation did not end debate about units or paths. It set a useful size that stayed close to later values. Mariners tested routes with it. Land offices sized regions with it. Writers placed cities by degrees with it. The number was not final or proud. It was serviceable, clear, and easy to pass on. Its calm fitness kept it in use long after the first table dried. It joined other steady tools on the scholar's bench. The life behind the method can be told in short parts. A youth learned letters and numbers on the North African coast. A scholar reached Alexandria and found shelves, desks, and careful hands. A question met simple instruments in a known road. A number fit a globe, and the globe fit maps. Students learned the routine and carried it outward. Later readers copied it where the light was kind. The parts linked without strain. At the close, the result sits plainly on the table. Earth's size came from a stick, a shadow, a distance, and a fraction. The line from Alexandria to Cyrene carried the chosen unit. The solstice noon fixed the time. The angle set a part of a circle. The scale followed. Sheets dried on smooth boards. Seals pressed the margins and kept order. The harbor murmur and river hush stayed low beyond the shutters. The lamp edge dimmed. The room kept its cool.